Thank you very much. I've got the all clear from the lady with the clipboard. So, wouldn't I? So I'm not going to make a long introduction, just to welcome you to the second day of our school here in Derrynane House. And without further ado, as I say, I'd like to introduce Chris O'Neill from the Office of Public Works. Thank you very much, Chris.
Oh, thanks, Murish. Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to Derrynane House, family home of Daniel O'Connell. It's a pleasure to see so many of you here, and I see a lot of familiar faces as well, which is brilliant. I'm here on behalf of the Office of Public Works. We manage Derrynane House and National Historic Parks and Securement Estate Care. And also like to acknowledge John O'Donoghue, former Minister of the Office of Public Works. So we're delighted this year to see the completion of a number of projects. One of them was the seawall that was repaired and conserved. And it's an interesting one because O'Connell wrote to his son Maurice in 1846 and asked him to set about the breakwater as soon as he possibly can, so as to claim the money from the Board of Works to pay the labourers. Write to me to say how many men you have at work the moment the employment begins, and I want you to press on the board for £400. So 180 years ago, the OPW did have some level of involvement at Derrynane, and it's great that we're still able to have that involvement. This year we also completed conservation and restoration works to the Cashel, the stone ring fort in the gardens, and the meadow walk, which you would have heard about from Paddy Bush, and Paddy Bush was instrumental in that. And it was based on a poem written by Daniel O'Connell's daughter, Ellen. So we hope to formally launch those next year once we have interpretation, because obviously it'll be an exciting year next year. It'll be the 250th anniversary of Daniel O'Connell's birth, so there should be a lot of big things happening here next year. We first hosted the school in 2013. It was about 2 months after I started with the OPW, and I remember my first meeting, I think 2 months into the job, was with Mary O'Connor. And Mary was asking if the OPW might be in a position to host the school. So I'm delighted to say that we were, and we did, and we have done now for 11 years. So, and I think the fact that it's gone on for so long, it's a real testament to the hard work put in by everyone on the ground, the local OPW team, the O'Connell Committee, and the calibre and the quality of the programme and the speakers, you know. And I suppose there's such a broad focus, the contemporary, the modern, historical, I suppose Daniel O'Connell had such a huge impact across all aspects of kind of society that there's just so many things that you can discuss, and I think we can all agree he was well ahead of his time. So we're delighted to have you all here today. I'll just do a quick little bit of housekeeping before I hand you over. So if the fire alarm sounds, the assembly point is in the courtyard. For any lost property, you'll be handed into the reception desk at Derrynane House. And I'd just like to thank everyone and hope you have an enlightening and enjoyable day in equal measure. And thank you.
Yes, I love this. Yes, it's the power of this podium. Yeah, as Chris mentioned, he joined the Office of Public Works here in 2013, which coincided with the very first summer school that we had here, and we couldn't have done it, as Mary will tell you, without the support of the Office of Public Works, who have been very steadfast and very supportive of the school really since day one. So I'd like to thank Chris for that. Now, Chris, I was trying to find information about Chris. People were talking yesterday about unassuming people. We seem to have a lot of unassuming people in South Kerry, but certainly one of them is Chris. And as I said, he joined the Office of Public Works as a park superintendent in 2013, and of course that has responsibility for the conservation and management and presentation of a number of historic sites here, including Garnish Island, the Photo Arboretum and Gardens, Garnish Island as I mentioned, and of course the Derrynane House, not just the house itself but the historic park that comes with it. And again, with his usual humility, as Chris read out the number of things that have been undertaken here over the last year. What he neglected to say, of course, that he has been central to all of that. very much leading from the front on it. I know you have a great team here, and they're fantastic, and well, I know it. But we all know that your leadership has been crucial, really, in transforming the outreach programs that we have here in Derrynane. And I suppose central to those are the Discover Derrynane program, which is on every June weekend. I think it's important to mention this. I mean, this is when the whole weekend is devoted to family-focused programs on archaeology, history, cultural programs and all that sort of thing. And that's very much driven by the Office of Public Works as part of their outreach program, as I said. But aside from all of that, as Chris mentioned, they're developing the Meadow Walk, and Paddy Bush, again, is central to that. The development of all sorts of biodiversity programs, which seems to be the title of the Times, but the OPW are very much in the Times by sponsoring programs of this sort that combine archaeology and history, again, in various aspects, in promoting really the wider situation of a place like Derrynane House insofar as it relates to biodiversity. And as I said, Chris has been central to all of that. Now, why am I telling you all of this? The man is not dying. Not that I know of. And if I was in this position, I'm always wary of people who give you lifetime achievement awards and things like that. But anyway, the thing about it is that he, as I said, has been central to the relationship that we've had with the Office of Public Works for the past 10 years. And he's leaving us to take up a new position in Cork as the Superintendent of Parks in Cork City, which is a big responsibility. But as I say, really, if I can put it this way, Cork's gain is very, very much our loss. And that's not just a cliche, I really mean that, because really the Office of Public Works have been absolutely superb in not just in cooperating with us, but they see us very much as partners and very much about, because we're all interested in the same thing, to promote the house and what the house can offer. And as I said, Chris has been central to that. And to mark his departure, we got a little piece of sculpture for him done by a local sculptor called Kerry Turner. So, Mary, why don't you come over here? He really is absolutely. Somebody said to me, Chris will die with all of this. As he is really on the scene. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. And at this point, I'm just going to hand you over directly to John O'Donoghue, who will monitor the next session. Thanks, John.
Gwniws le chwrm ffordd o chri rif gwach gyda gwynet a bala yn sio. Agus ta swrgam gwmynig sydd gyda'r tanaf as on Leonov. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome everybody here this morning and to express the wish that you will have a very pleasant afternoon and morning. If I may just carry on the theme which Maurice mentioned in relation to assuming, if you're a visitor here, you can now assume that we are all unassuming here. I'm reminded of what Garda Jim Lane from Abbeyfield told me when he arrived in Carsavine Garda Station as a young guard. There was an older Sergeant Paddy Reedy there for many years, and he said, "Young fella, you can assume this much, assume everybody here is related." Now, I'm also minded of what Dennis Thatcher said when he was unexpectedly asked to make a speech in front of President and Barbara Bush. Dennis was after about half a bottle of his usual tipple and hadn't expected to be called upon by David Frost, but called upon he wasn't. Dennis got up and he stoically went to the microphone and he said, in the immortal words of Mark Antony, when he first entered Cleopatra's tent, "I am not here to do the talking." In any event, in any event, it gives me tremendous pleasure to introduce our very first speaker here this morning, because he follows in a great tradition. He is a risen and a rising young academic. Dennis Casey is originally from Portmagee, and during his student days, he says himself that he grew to love medieval and early modern periods of history, and that led him to obtain an MA in medieval studies in UCD, and eventually a PhD at University of Cambridge. There followed various postdoctoral research positions in the United Kingdom, Finland, and Ireland. And since then, he has, of course, spoken and been published widely. He has been made a Fellow of the Royal Historical Society, and he recently became a collaborator with the, now I better try and pronounce this properly. I am, after all, from South Kerry, anyway, research group at Burgos University in Spain. And as a boy, he's always been interested in history, and unquestionably, he is a rising young academic, as I said, with a tremendous future before him and a distinguished past behind him. He is going to speak this morning about the founding of Portmagee on the 300th anniversary of Theobald McGee. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it gives me tremendous pleasure to introduce you to Dennis Casey. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. I assure you, unlike my namesake, Dennis Thatcher, I'm only here to do the talking. I was about 8 years old when my parents, who are here today, first brought us to Derrynane House. I had watched a tape of an old Riot documentary so many times that the video player had chewed the cassette, and I ended up pestering the guide with questions and probably tried to give the tour myself. Now, more years later than I care to admit, it's flattering to be invited back here to speak on a topic at the summer school, which is a great deal of importance to me. That topic is the founding of the village of Portmagee, where I grew up and about which I published its only book just last year. The village's founding around 1720 is an event, if such you could call it, that, and I hope you'll forgive the obvious marine metaphor, it's an event that runs very much against the historical current. So that's Portmagee on the map there, just in case any of you haven't been. If we put it in the context of about 800 or so villages that were founded, planned, or rebuilt in the early 18th century, Portmagee is unusual, if not unique, for a combination of circumstances. It was founded on local initiative, not with landlord investment. It was not the site of a previous nucleated settlement. It did not serve a substantial hinterland through a fair or a market. It was located in a region that was short of urban development, and it's named for an identifiable contemporary founding figure. The origin of such a small village is probably of little interest to many of you, but what I'd like to do today is to use what little we know about the career of Portmagee's eponymous founder, a Jacobite smuggler named Theobald McGee, use that as a means of shedding light on two important issues in Irish history during this period, namely smuggling and the legal status and agency of Catholics. And perhaps no better venue to talk about smuggling and Catholic agency than Derrynane House. Before we look at these, I thought I'd like to begin with what little biographical information we have about Theobald McGee, who died 300 years ago this year, boiled down and spread thin, as you can see on the screen. So on the 21st of July, 1698, an officer of James II's army named Theobald McGee received a pardon for being on the losing side of the war that saw the Protestant William and Mary take the thrones of Ireland, England, and Scotland. McGee appears to have hailed from an inland county, County Roscommon, and the most significant event in his life was probably not the war, but his marriage to Bridget Morgall, née Crosby, a daughter of Sir Thomas Crosby of Ardfert in North Kerry. Probably happened sometime in the 1690s. In marrying a Crosby, McGee married into an important gentry family. And for her part, even though Bridget had some independence as a widow, she still would have been heavily influenced by her kin, and the Crosbys would not have left the matter entirely in her hands. They would have seen in McGee a good prospect. It would have been essential that he was already sufficiently established in Kerry, or he was somehow known well enough to them, or he had some sort of social, political, or financial capital. The Crosbys, for their part, had been in North Kerry since the brothers John and Patrick Crosby set up the family interest there during the 9 Years' War in the 1590s. At which time John Crosby became the Church of Ireland Bishop of Ardfert. They were actually really members of the Gaelic Irish McCrossan Bardic family from County Laois, but they figured their best chance of advancement lay in changing religion, anglicising their name, abandoning their family's hereditary persecuted profession, and generally becoming useful to the state. Patrick Crosby acted as a spy for George Carew, the Lord President of Munster, while John guaranteed the family's fortune by asset stripping the diocese that was allotted to him. Upon his enthronement in 1600, Bishop John promptly led a band of mercenaries against insurgents in Kerry, and his lordship was commended by Carew for killing rebels and rustling their cattle. Such were the qualifications necessary for a Church of Ireland bishop at the time. Bishops were said to know more about the acts of Parliament than the acts of the apostles, and Bishop Crosby was no exception. He laid the foundations for a Kerry dynasty that his descendants built upon over the following century, and his grandson, Sir Thomas Crosby, was Bridget's father. Sir Thomas was a loyal Jacobite, one of only 6 Protestants to attend the Parliament James II held in Dublin in 1689. He was afterwards outlawed for treason by the new regime, but quickly forgiven, and his daughter Bridget married Philip Morgall of County Clare, and she was widowed early and had at least one son before marrying Theobald McGee sometime before 1694. So Theobald McGee was associated with Kerry, if not South Kerry, before the turn of the century. And together, Theobald and Bridget had a reasonable enough sized family for the time. Children, David, Theobald Jr., George, Bridget Jr., and Martha. They were probably all raised between 3 family farms, one in Stradbally in the Dingle Peninsula, one in Duhallow in West Cork, and one in Valentia Island, which probably covered part of Portmagee as well. It's unclear when they became involved in the Portmagee region. The late 17th century, Portmagee was largely held by Trinity College Dublin and the great father of modern social statistics and land grabber in chief, Sir William Petty. Information on Theobald and Bridget's family is limited, but his will, dated the 9th of December 1724, indicates that he died and was most likely buried in the Dominican seminary of Corpo Santo in Lisbon, which had actually been founded in the 17th century by another Kerry man, a rather remarkable figure, the Friar Daniel O'Daly. McGee had business interests stretching from Kerry to the Canary Islands, where his son David was a member of the merchant community. And according to the testimony of a rather duplicitous government informer, in the 1720s, Bridget McGee appears to have at least kept on the illegal side of the business in the Portmagee region. And this brings us to the first issue that I'd like to explore, namely smuggling. So, there's sufficient circumstantial evidence to suggest that Theobald McGee was a smuggler. Unfortunately, not much you can say about his career in detail because smugglers generally try not to leave a paper trail after them. The best I can do is to put what little we know about his career in the context of what we know about smuggling during this period. And the first thing I'd like to do is stress why this is so important. for this time. And the answer lies in taxation and how taxation is used. 50%, half of all state revenue came from taxation on imports. Now, to put that in perspective, in 2023, customs duties account for a little over 0.5% of revenue collected in Ireland. In other words, a pittance in compared to what the state's reliance on it was in the early 18th century. And back then, this money would primarily have been used to fund the military apparatus that was necessary for the maintaining the state and its ambitions to global empire. This is a world where half of state revenue is given to the military in time of peace and up to 3/4 in time of war. So loss of revenue owing to smuggling threatens the tools of domestic dominion and of empire. So it might be a little absurd to imagine that Theobald McGee and Portmagee's greatest fight against the British Empire did not come in 1916, but rather occurred in the 17th century because they didn't pay their taxes. But that's essentially how they would have been viewed in that period. Now, from the 1620s onwards, the Atlantic world is opening up. There's a growth of a market economy, and this is a time when entrepreneurial Kerrymen are finding a new stage for themselves. Products like Munster beef are being exported in large quantities to France and onwards to the Caribbean, and Kerrymen are finding opportunity and fame on a wider stage. Modern notions of the history of the Irish in the Atlantic as victims and exiles and victims of dispossession are heavily influenced by late 19th century post-famine experience. But in the 17th and 18th century, a Kerryman abroad is an entrepreneur, a missionary, a seeker of education and advancement, a voluntary economic migrant, usually somebody on the make. Legislation from the 1660s restricted colonial trade with Ireland so that imports from Britain's colonies first had to be imported into England and then back to Ireland, and naturally that jacks up the price of everything. And that's what smugglers focus on. Goods coming in that are small bulk and their high value is inflated with taxation. So sugar, brandy, tobacco, rum. It's a profitable business, but smuggling is also very vulnerable to outbreaks of war and changes in taxation. War can make the seas impossible to traverse. The seas in South Kerry would have been hazardous to navigate for much of the time that McGee was in the Portmagee region because of the War of the Spanish Succession in 1701 to 13, in which Britain fought against France to stop the grandson of Louis XIV from becoming King of Spain, which he did as Felipe XV. And the war is a commercial disaster, not just for merchants, but for smugglers in general. And it's not until the resumption of peace that the conditions for smuggling improved. And by 1722, coast officials are complaining that everywhere from Valentia to Castlemaine is essentially unprotected. In this period, civic officials, like these coast officers or landed justices of the peace, were very often corrupt. And they're accused of everything from kidnapping to devil worshipping, with varying levels of justification. And when a sloop carrying brandy came into Portmagee from the French port of Nantes in December 1728, it was met by the widow, Bridget McGee, and its first and best customers were actually the crew of the nearby Coast Guard vessel. In contrast, honest officials didn't have it easy. And in addition to the violence they faced, they were often the butts of practical jokes. Like one Dublin official in 1735 who was lured into the cellar of St. Mary's Church, where he pierced and sampled a small keg of rum and declared it to be fine brandy, only to then be informed that it actually contained the intestines of a man who had been embalmed the previous day. He might have been left with a sour taste in his mouth. But it was preferable to the experience of a Cork colleague who had his tongue ripped out and nailed to the exchange door. In their struggles against smuggling, the revenue commissioners even went so far as to publish a sermon, the Reverend Jasper Brett's The Sin of Withholding Tribute, to be distributed to every port, to inform people that paying excise and duty was a religious as well as a civic and legal responsibility. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Now, South Kerry was one of the best locations for smuggling, owing to its poor road network and distance from towns with military garrisons. And it was also one of the worst areas for smuggling, owing to its poor road network and distance from towns where the markets were. In addition, Kerry was still riddled with Tories, post-Cromwellian outlaws, which give their name to the British Conservative Party. And linked to these were Franco-Irish privateers, pirates licensed by the French government, who often had local help. There was one named O'Sullivan who captained a French vessel named La Petite Marie, and he kidnapped the Church of Ireland Archdeacon of Ahadeau and the rector of Kilmore in Valentia in order to hold them for a prisoner swap with some of his comrades who were held in Dingle. Now, such was Kerry's reputation for isolation and danger that with characteristic Cork extravagance, the Earl of Orrery informed Jonathan Swift in 1735 that travelling from Kerry to Cork is as much an episode in deliverance as it is a physical journey. And I've given you a quotation from the Earl there on the screen, where he says, "The happy Israelites had not more joy when they escaped from Pharaoh and his hosts than I have on my arrival from Kerry. To come from hence with whole limbs is an escape little less miraculous than that of the man who rode over Rochester Bridge in the dark when only a single plank was laid over a broken part of it." Now, despite all this, romantic notions of smugglers on the Atlantic fringe, far from the prying eyes of Dublin and London, ripping off and defying the government, shouldn't obscure the volume of legitimate trade that's going on. Smuggling is a precarious business. Trends, organisation, locations all need to be flexible. And Portmagee had a natural deep harbour that was very useful for running goods, but what was landed there really would only have been a small fraction of Irish smuggled merchandise. Most of it's going through the major ports anyway. Now, smugglers like Magee did not operate outside of society. Quite the opposite. They needed to be connected to a range of markets for import and export. For smuggling to thrive, it needed people with connections and capital, and would-be gentry like Magee were just such people, sufficiently unloved by the system to make operating on the fringes worthwhile, but sufficiently incorporated into it in order to be able to supply it with its needs, or rather its wants. And of course, he catered to those who could afford to pay. Someone like Magee had to be a man of capital or sufficient repute to access credit. He had to be capable of investing in merchandise, hiring a crew, constructing or purchasing a ship. And we know the Magees had a brigantine, a two-masted vessel capable of sailing to the continent, a bit like the one you see on the screen. And when cargo was landed, it had to be stored, it had to be transported and sold on. And Magee rented a property in Tralee for just such purposes. Overall, it seems that smuggling was smaller than was previously thought, and might not even have been his primary business interest. And while many lawsuits in the contemporary courts over smuggled goods show that this is not a poor man's game. And it's through legal proceedings that we can see how a Catholic like Theobald Magee navigated the unfavourable legal system of early 18th century Ireland. Now, a man who's loyal at heart to the exiled Stuart kings, occasionally deals in smuggled goods, might be expected to avoid the law whenever possible. Not so Theobald Magee. There's only flimsy evidence for his legal dealings, but they do offer some insights into his circumstances. South Kerry may have been a hotbed of Jacobite recruiters, French privateers, clergy kidnappers, Tories, but it might be somewhat surprising to find that Magee's recorded brush with the law is not with any criminal activity. It's actually probably with his more legitimate business interests. And of course, this was the era of the penal laws, anti-Catholic legislation that peaks in the first half of the 18th century. Historians have argued over whether such laws can be seen as a coherent body of legislation underpinned by an anti-Catholic ideology, or whether it's just a loosely connected body of anti-popery measures that are initiated in reaction to developments on the continent. You know, every time Britain goes to war with France, there's a backlash against local Catholics. Irish penal legislation is not exceptional by any means. Catholics were restricted in their rights in Britain and the colonies, just as Protestants were in France, and an established church with the religious minorities kept in their place is a European norm. as standard practice. The difference in Ireland being that the established church was actually the church of a minority. The law's impact is debatable too. And those popular heroic images of heroic persecuted clergy saying mass at open-air mass rocks are mainly inventions of the 19th century. Even by the 1720s, Catholic religious practice was widely tolerated, provided it wasn't too public, and repression is usually small-scale and only happens when the government gets jittery. Overall, given that the laws focused on people of wealth and means rather than on the practice of religion itself, they actually had limited direct effect on the vast majority of the population, who weren't people of wealth and means. In addition to all of these penal laws, the legal world that McGee had to engage with was also different to ours, in that it was, in the words of S.J. Connolly, a less a rational mechanism of government than a patchwork of overlapping and sectional jurisdictions, privileges, and exemptions. And one patch of those was the Court of Chancery, in whose records McGee was named. Now, the Court of Chancery, where McGee is mentioned, was abolished in the 19th century, and it was an equity court presided over by the Lord Chancellor. And as an equity court, it meant that its findings were not based on a strict application of the common law, but on the basis of equity or fairness. So it was considered a merciful court, one that would offer justice where it might not otherwise be found. For example, a married woman could not normally take a case in a court of common law because she was under the rule of her husband, but she could on many occasions in a court of chancery. Catholics, too, restricted by the penal laws, could resort to the court of chancery to get legal workarounds for their difficulties. And issues brought to the Court of Chancery are often things like inheritances, marriage, property, debts. And the format of the cases, which I'm giving you there on the screen, involved a series of tit-for-tat written submissions by plaintiffs and defendants known as the Bill of Complaint, the answer, replication, and rejoinder. Then the court took sworn statements or depositions from witnesses to get some more facts before finally issuing a decree or judgment. And often the cases wouldn't even get this far because there'd be an out-of-court settlement. Sometimes, however, the case would drag on so long that the resources of the plaintiff and defendant would be consumed by the case. And of course, this was brilliantly mocked in Charles Dickens' depiction of the fictional case Jarndyce and Jarndyce in Bleak House, which could easily be applicable to Ireland. And I've given you a quotation there on the screen about this kind of case. This is the kind of case McGee would have been involved in. Jarndyce and Jarndyce drones on. This scarecrow of a suit has, in course of time, become so complicated that no man alive knows what it means. The parties to it understand at least, but it has been observed that no two chancery lawyers can talk about it for 5 minutes without coming to total disagreement as to all the premises. Innumerable children have been born into the cause. Innumerable young people have married into it. Innumerable old people have died out of it. Scores of persons have deliriously found themselves made parties in Jarndyce without knowing how or why. Whole families have inherited legendary hatreds with the suit. The little plaintiff and defendant, who was promised a new rocking horse when Jarndyce and Jarndyce would be finished, has grown up, possessed himself of a real horse, and trotted away into the other world. McGee first appears in the Court of Chancery in a bill of complaint brought against him, the Earl of Orrery, and his son-in-law, McGee's son-in-law, Thomas Morgall, in 1730. And of these, the three of them named there provide answers. They respond to the complaint. Whatever the outcome, it seems to have not suited McGee and Morgall, who brought their own bill of complaint against all of these and a few others, including Robert Hickson in 1716, which also got a few answers. Now, the outcome of these bills is unknown, but hopefully nobody copied Dickens's Tom Jarndyce and blew their brains out in a London coffee house. But a few circumstantial conclusions can be drawn from their existence. Firstly, the legal system, although it was viewed with justifiable suspicion and resentment by the Catholic population, they were still pragmatic enough to engage with it when needs be. And the legal system did not prevent them from doing so. The bill showed that McGee was not afraid to enter into legal proceedings of his own volition, even against the Earl of Orrery, one of South Munster's most prominent Protestant absentee landlords and the latter-day Israelite we met earlier. The Earl of Orrery was a crypto-Jacobite. He spent time in the Tower of London for his part in the Atterbury plot. But shared Jacobite sentiment did not prevent him and McGee from opposing each other in the courts. Now, an interconnectedness among the plaintiffs and defendants is apparent too. McGee appears against and alongside the Earl of Orrery, indicating that he had some business dealings with him, or maybe with his agent who was busy rooking him out of his rents. McGee is working in tandem with his son-in-law, and the opponent in the second bill, Robert Hickson, is actually McGee's son-in-law as well. Not a great way to ingratiate yourself with your father-in-law, is it, to oppose him in the court? But maybe the possibility that one of these might be a friendly suit, in which case they had agreed what the settlement would be in advance, and then they engaged in legal proceedings in order to get a legal judgment that would copper fasten it. A tactic used to good effect by Catholics at this period. So, to wrap it all up. Jacobite, soldier, would-be gentleman, smuggler, litigant, where does it all lead? On the 9th of December 1724, 36 years to the day after the so-called Battle of Reading saw the defeat of Irish forces loyal to James II in England, the Jacobite Theobald McGee lay dying in the Dominican house of Corpo Santo in Lisbon, in the Kingdom of Portugal. He took to writing or directing his will. Some things he could direct, some things were beyond his control. Apparently shipwrecked there, he made that his goods should be sold to pay his debts, and his lands and possessions went as he would have wished. But one of his most prized possessions, his Catholic faith, was subsequently rejected by his sons. His other chief inheritance, passed down over many generations, was to survive only one more. The McGee name also died out with his sons. As abruptly as it arrived in South Kerry, so it departed. But it left, or rather, it remained in the place named Port McGee. And despite the centuries of rule and proliferation of the McCarthys, the O'Sullivans, and all the other southwest Kerry families, almost none of them have actually left their mark on the place names surrounding the Port McGee region. And in this respect, I think Captain Theobald McGee can be said to have left an unequalled legacy. Thank you.
So thank you, Dennis, for that most informative and insightful contribution, which is appreciated by everybody. Thank you very much indeed. So our next guest, I think most people, nearly everybody, will be familiar with him, I think. And that reminds me very quickly of an occasion many years ago when I was a young politician in the village of Dungegan in Ballinskirrigs, at the back of Segerson's pub at 10 to 11 on a Saturday night at a Fianna Fáil common meeting, when the pub was about to close and the chairman, Paddy King, asked for any other business, getting up out of the seat. Well, if he did, Paddy Lee said, "Well, I have a question anyhow." "What is it?" Paddy said. He said, "I want to know," he said, "the difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael." And it lived on in my memory forever because the reply deserves to be immortalized. Paddy King said, "Them that ask don't need to know, and them that know don't need to ask." So it is in that context, but not in that context alone, that I introduce our next guest, Shane Lahan. Shane, of course, is a lecturer in the Department of Folklore and Ethnology in UCC, where his chief interest is in custom, tradition and belief. He has additional research interests in material culture, folklife, vernacular traditions and food. He worked for many years as a demonstrator in the Department of Celtic Civilization in University College Cork. In folklore, he has been the main motivator and contact for overseas students for many, many years. He has lectured in archaeology, folklore, history, and the arts for over 30 years and has developed a program of studies that facilitates both young and mature students to progress to arts and humanities programs at third level. He has, as we all know, appeared in many television and radio programs exploring many different aspects of Irish folk tradition. He is, as we also know, a regular and very popular contributor to the Today Show on RTE, and he has expounded on many different aspects of Irish folk custom using that medium. He is also, of course, a beekeeper and an advocate of Irish vernacular craft. So it gives me tremendous pleasure to introduce to you Shane Lahan. Thank you.
Well, what a pleasure it is to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to Mirish and Mary, and I must say I'm enjoying myself anyway, so it's great. I suppose I'm from Cork, as you'll get from my accent, there's no bother there. But this is me here on the donkey, with my brother Barry and my late brother Rory at the back. We're down with my aunt and uncle, John the grocer, John Larry, and my auntie Mary. And I spent my whole summers here in South Kerry, and I really think that my love of folklore, my love of all the traditions came from listening to John Larry and he going on endlessly. I suppose my area of study and my thing I start off with my students year in, year out is looking at the great cycle of the year and the traditions, the different customs and so on that we have at different times. And I'm interested, in all traditions that are there. But today I'm going to take you on a little journey just into this little section, if I can, which is between Bridget's Day, Láil Breed, and Paddy's Day, Patrick's Day. So between what we consider to be the beginning of spring, going right then into Patrick's Day. And that's really that triangle that you can see there, I often think is really the period when we start ploughing, when new life comes about. I'm a beekeeper, all the bees come out of their hives and so on. And it's the time, I suppose, when the birds start making their nests. It's the beginning, the re-emergence of new life and so on. We forget that we're animals as well. We're all so sophisticated. So this is a time when we start thinking about procreation as well. And it's no surprise, therefore, that I suppose in this time of the year, we have Valentine's Day, as modern as that might be. And I want you to think about Valentine's Day for a moment. I know you're all, the postman is very busy those days in all your houses. But there was long ago that it would be an anonymous verse that we used to write. We'd put in if you fancied someone and you'd put it in the post and you'd send it off. But it was anonymous, and that was an important declaration of love. It's also the time coming up to Shrove Tuesday, which is really what this is all about. When there was all sorts of other things happened, and Shrove is a time of carnival. It's a time of the world turned upside down, il mondo reverso. And in that sense, even when you have that leap year when the women can propose to the men, as it were, that's also sort of an idea that falls within that triangle that I've been thinking about. So there's all of that sort of idea. So essentially, between Epiphany, the end of the Christmas period, and the Shrove Tuesday, which of course is a movable feast, and I'll have to go into it in a little bit in a moment, but we have this sort of build-up of people building up relationships and bringing them together. And that's the notion then of carnival here in this wonderful Peter Bruegel's magnificent image here. On the side, over on the left, you have people having fun, okay? And the gang over here are the miseries here. So this is the battle between Carnival and Lent. And on Shrove Tuesday, it was the time to go absolutely cracked. And then you were faced in then Ash Wednesday for the long period of 40 days of everything that was miserable. Yeah, anyway. We often mark it, of course, with eggs. Eggs are the great symbol of fertility, obviously, so you would eat as many eggs as you could. Excuse me. You would eat as many eggs as you could. They were banned over the Lenten period, and of course you had your Easter egg or your egg feast, of course, then on Easter Sunday. Of course, we make the pancakes, and of course, pancake night is what we always call Shrove Tuesday. We'd be going into school the following day, telling everyone we had 15 pancakes or whatever it was. But it was a very interesting sort of idea and a very interesting concept. I used to always ask my mother, would she flip the pancake? And she never would. It was, she was very clever, but she was making hundreds of them, so that didn't matter. But there was something about the whole domestic goddess idea about the old pancake flipping that meant that, you were either in a good place or a bad place, or you were going to be able to provide or not. So everything came down to this point. Everything came down to the idea of Shrove being a point where you're being tested whether you're going to be in one state or another. Nearly everyone who got married, everyone got married on Shrove. Shrove was the day for marriage in Ireland. It was the luckiest day of the year to go married. And all the photographs and so on are there. I had to throw this in. This is my mum and dad on their wedding day. They didn't get married at Shrove. They had to wait until Lent was over, okay? And that was the idea. And there's my Auntie Mary here. Some of you will remember her down in Portmagee. I love this quotation. I'm going to read it to you because I think it's fantastic. And that's why I have my glasses, because I can't see it, right? In the south and west of Ireland, marriages, this is William Lefanu talking about Tory Island in Donegal, okay? In the south and west of Ireland, marriages amongst the peasantry, with rare exceptions, take place during Shrovetide. Many of the people think it would not be lucky to be married at any other time of the year. Consequently, the priest always, when it was possible, visited the island during Shrove for the purpose of solemnizing any weddings which had been arranged. It, however, sometimes happened that the weather was so stormy for weeks together that no boat could approach the island. So it had been arranged that, when this occurred, the engaged couples should at the appointed hour assemble on the east shore of the island, while the priest standing on the shore on the mainland opposite them read the marriage ceremony across the water. As soon as the storm abated, he went to the island and did whatever was necessary to render the marriages valid in the eye of the law and of the church. So getting married at Shrove was absolute, and if you didn't get married, you had to wait another year, and that was desperate in itself. So one of the reasons, of course, is that, there was no, as the term goes, consummation of marriages. There was no sex during Lent, so that was where the pressure was to get married at that time. I could spend a whole other lecture on this, but I thought about the whole concept of marriage, and 19th century is complicated enough, but I think the Land Acts have a lot to say for how we are obsessed with land in Ireland. And I think there's a great sense as well that somehow by once you had land, you were kind of winning it back from the oppressor, as it were. And there's a sort of a fetishization of land in Ireland that we know about. So when people were getting married, it was all about the division of land. It was all about the fortune, the dowry that was going with it, and that led to all sorts of complications. And of course, we have that notion of, the boss, being the older man on the farm, as it were, waiting to die for the young lad to inherit it, and then he looks to, and we know all of that tradition. But there's other traditions as well, like on Cleanistach, where you have a younger man marrying into maybe an older woman to inherit land and so on. So there's huge complications in Ireland in terms of marriage and fortunes. And marriage was really the obsession. I was listening to Kira's paper yesterday, where everything up to those time of those magazines was all focused on marriage. Everything was going on. And I look at all the traditions, foretelling marriage at Halloween and so on. It was the major sort of idea that was in people's heads. Associated then with marriage comes the great Skellig Vihil, Skellig Michael. Just the most great, wonderful place ever. And it's interesting, I was looking at all the connections as to what are the connections between Shrove and Lent and so on. And one of them actually has got to do with puffins. Puffins in the Fwipini are a big part of it. This is from Smith's History of Kerry. And he says, in the spring and the beginning of summer, the country people resort hither in small boats when the sea is calm to catch these birds. They eat the flesh, which is fishy and rank, but the principal profit is made by the feathers. The birds are exceeding fat, and the persons who take them carry on a kind of traffic with them by exchanging 2 salted puffins for a peck of meal. They eat them in Lent and on the fast days, as well as fish. So going off, and that's all got to do with the kind of prohibitions against eating meat during the Lenten period and so on. But people were going out to Skellig to get puffins for the Lenten food that was there. That's lovely, isn't it? I took that photograph, I don't know how many years ago. It's my favourite photograph from Finian's Bay. And I was telling the gang in the car coming over when I was taking my confirmation name, as we used to do. Fionn is my confirmation name. I was the only fella taking that. So I'm rooted here in so many ways. But people, I suppose, would go to Skellig because the idea was that there was a different calculation for the date of Easter, that the old Easter tables, I apologise for coughing there, it's the start of the year, I'm only back lecturing again, so you get the frogs, as you know. But the huge schism in the early church was, of course, the calculation of the date of Easter, and people believed that the Skellig Michael would have a different calculation for Easter, and therefore, if you had to get married, you could go to Shrove to be married. There's also details about the change in the calendars between the Julian and Gregorian calendars, but I won't go through that just now. So the idea was that you could go to Skellig to be married. I think it's important to point out, and I was listening to Christina, who's our lovely, I was going to say landlady, our looking after us in the B&B. She was telling us all about the seine boats and coming up. There's some lovely races coming up next week as well. But I think once the seine boats came in, the journey to the Skellig became something which was much more manageable and so on. And they'd been coming in certainly from the late 1600s onwards. And I think we go back to Lady Wilde then, who tells us, as marriages were not allowed in Lent, it became the custom for the young people of both sexes to make a pilgrimage to the Skellig Rocks during the last Lenten week. A procession was formed of the young girls and bachelors, and tar barrels were lighted to guide them on the dangerous paths. The idea was to spend a week in prayer, penance and lamentation, the girls praying for good husbands, the bachelors repenting for their sins. But the proceedings gradually degenerated into such a mad carnival of dancing, drinking and fun that the priests denounced the pilgrimage and forbade the annual pilgrimage migration to Skelligs. Still, the practice was continued until the police had orders to clear the rocks. So it became a kind of a singles club. That's really what you're talking about. So out of all that then came the infamous and well known, I'd have to say, Skellig lists. And these were, this is lovely, Kevin Danaher's, when he was doing Irish marriage customs, okay, his distribution map. It really is a phenomenon of the Cork and Kerry area. And these were broadsheets, these were printed broadsheets particularly from the 19th century. And this is one in Harvard, it's called the Bonton Skellig List. I came across these. This is Tycho Donnacha, who was the great Torna, as he was known, and the Torna collection in the Boo Library in UCC. I spent my life going through his material, and I often have a connection to him, but I found within his collection two further printed broadsheets as well. And what happens when you look at these are salacious, these are scurrilous, anonymously written accounts of people in a locality, man and woman, who are put together, who are unmarried. And what happens is that there's all sorts of mocking elements as to their clothes, their hair, their profession, whether they drink. This is an expose, and they were absolutely vicious. And they had no mercy whatsoever. And all I can do is read some of them with you for a moment, and time is against us, but you'll get a flavour. The Miss Flanagans must not be left in the lurch. Miss Nelligan takes off Eliza to church. Her sister, young Hayland, will take for a beau, and together to Skellig they'll certainly go. Not forgetting John Reeves, though at present he's courting, yet he'll first go to Paris to learn reporting. He says he never saw a lass like Miss Marr, and on the Skellig Rocks they both will appear. Miss Margaret Cashman feels very mournful for the loss of her dandy, Taylor Turnbull. She takes a beau, she'll take a beau, though she don't love the man, and strut along with poor Dan Donovan. And you can imagine now there, right? You can see here someone's being exposed for who they're with or who they're not with. Prue Thornville comes on with a pawn office ticket. She vows with Nat Swan she will certainly trip it. And certainly they are a great pair of friskers. Prue is constantly praising her Nat for his whiskers. Bow-legged Jem Murphy next will appear with a narrow, broad lane lass, his fortune to share. Not forgetting Miss Dinnigan will have a slap at her. She'll go with that smutty-faced chap, Johnny Blackadder. Okay, and it goes on and it goes on, okay? And I said, we'll get, next comes Larry Connor, who was hunting mad, wrapped up in a blanket belonging to his dad. In Corkshire, there is not a more haughty show than Miss Gaskell saying, with him she will go. He pledged his horse in trying to be a dandy at certain places where he wanted brandy, right? So you can see, like, any fellow who's on the jar, any fellow who's doing anything, it goes on and goes on. And some of these, I often worry about actually reading these out, thinking, you know, I pick these ones in particular because I have ones going right up to 1970s and 1980s and so on, and those people are still around. So we're fair enough in that. Next comes Maurice Egan, that man what the tail, which protrudes from his nest like the head of a snail. With Miss Nancy Derrynane, he'll go if he can, but Nancy won't have him because he's no man, right? Miss Puff Muffin Callahan goes next for the shore with her wax-bottom neighbour, the Corway, in her whore, while Kate Lynch comes on after, decked out in black silk on the bleak rocks of Skelligs to skim her sour milk. So you can see, like, these are doggerel verses, and some of them are very clever, some of them are inherited, okay? This is almost a branch between literacy and orality as well, which is there now. So I'll stop myself reading them, if that's okay. But in 1836, the great Thomas Crofton Croker, one of my great heroes, listed out no less than 29 different Skellig lists printed in Cork alone. And they got fancy titles so that people would actually buy them. Like you can see there the Corkscrew, the Hours of Idleness, the Morning Herald, the Royal Hottentot, the Simple Paddy, you know, the Twackers, the Virgins of the Sun. You get all of these sort of titles which are going to be intriguing and going to bring them on. It's interesting, and we're talking about newspapers as well. If you go through the newspapers, I thought this was quite interesting just to pick out that in 1847, and think now of the famine for me for a moment, okay, and this they were exchanging soup tickets for Skellig lists. That was kind of the transaction that was going on. But you have constant accounts to the editor of, this is again the Kerry Evening News, in this one 1851, I think is great, from Tralee, a man denying that he wrote the Skellig lists. Okay, he was absolutely in bits over that. People saying this is in 1854, giving notice that any ones that would be printed, that they would be seized and so on, don't go to the trouble, asking the printers not to do this. And all sorts of, this is 1870 or thereabouts, when there's a fight taking place where Skellig lists are being confiscated and so on, and all of that sort of idea. So I'm just watching my time. Although I have to read this one. I thought this was a very lovely one for Kerry, 1884, to the editor of the Kerry Evening Post. Dear Sir, kindly allow me to suggest through your valuable journal to the writer or writers of the productions entitled Skellig Lists, they should, for the future, as has been the custom of late years, confine their remarks to the shop girls of this town and their friends, and at least keep the ladies of Tralee distinct from that class, right? There you go now. It's interesting that actually I think the Skellig lists had a lot to do with the development of the Indecent Advertisements Act, which came in 1889, because really people were being scurrilously pilloried, and you were destroying people's marital prospects, and it was really getting out of hand in that respect. Very quickly, just looking at some of the sources, there was a man here, John Cogan in Cork. In 1906, he escaped conviction. He had published 2,000 Skellig lists, and it was named that the man who wrote them was a man called Tuig. And again, he wrote the famous Blackbird, the Navajo, the Linnet, and so on. And there's stuff, of course, in the Dúchas, great Dúchas archive as well. This one from just the other side of Cara Lake. I say friend, you see, is also a nickname, and I'm interested in nicknames. Will no longer take to fool the lassie whose sweet cake with whiskey bought from JD's house to chance the legacy from Mickey the Mouse. So you get that, and there's more. these were sung as well. So part of the whole tradition was that when it comes out in its broadsheet form, it enters into the oral tradition, and people would sing these in locations. This is Danny Mikey O'Sullivan from Cooley, who many of you will know. And Danny Mikey had a Shro 44 was his one. I'll just give you, this is rather salacious, just you're all over 18. Anyway, I'll start with this lassie, the pride of her isle. She's only a shoemaker's daughter. She has 2 bandy collops like the banks of the Nile, and a very short fall from her water. She's seen every Sunday going down to first mass. She goes rather fast with a wagon or ass, and I'm told she paid for a few rounds in the grass with Paddy the Stall from Greenall. So what? I'll give you a sense of that. Just.
I'd like to get married, but must wait a while, for 'tis better play tough and be cautious. At present we're living in critical times, the oceans around us are drifting with mines. I'd rather go farthing to pick up a wife, as the ones around home are no bargain.
So you get the idea, and I'd love to play the full length of things. I just haven't got the time, and I'm kind of rushing along. This is my pal Joe Creedon out in Shigila. I asked Joe to give a Skellig list, and Joe came back with this.
This is in Shigila Skellig list, and the verse I can remember is the queen and the can, the pansy and jam, and they all look out for the battering ram. And one woman was known as the queen, and the other one was known as the can. She used to carry a can. Pansy was a flower gardener up the street, and Jam is my old friend, the school teacher, junior assistant mistress, you see. The queen and the can, the pansy and Jam, and they all look out for the battering ram.
Okay, so you get the sense of that. So I was interested in the Skellig lists, and that was fine, and I'd be giving my students lectures about the Skellig lists and so on. And one of my students one day said, we still do that in Cove. And I said, what? He said, we still do that in Cove, that's a tradition. So I went fishing, and I found out that this is still a living tradition, and there's an aspect of this which is not just the Skellig list, but there's a whole extension that goes on, which we call Skelliging Day. And just to give you an idea, this is from the Dukas Archive, again, the Great Schools Folklore Collection. On Shrove Tuesday, there's a very old custom, which is still kept up in some places. A number of boys gather together on that evening and get a big rope and go behind walls and in places like it hiding. When they see a girl or a group of girls, they rush out with a rope and try to get it round her. If they succeed in catching her, they bring her to the nearest pump and dash water on her, and then tie her to a pole or a tree or a gate until someone rescues her. The Skellig began in Kerry, where the boys used to catch the old maids and bring them to Skellig Island. So I started talking to people, and the more I started looking at this, I found that Blarney was also a place where this happened, and this is Richard Forrest here.
Is there a recording of this? Go on, tell us, so when after school?
Yeah, Shane, what I recollect about Skellig after school, I suppose I would have been 8, 9, 10 years of age, one of those, and after school you'd meet up or call to guys locally, other boys, and play for the afternoon till you had to go in for your tea, I suppose around 6 o'clock. And I do recollect very clearly being over behind Pump Street, which is across from us there. And at that time, there were gardens, long gardens, some of them overgrown, some of them maybe not used, because there was a lane in between the houses and the gardens. And I do remember being in there, a bunch of boys, and we caught a girl or two, one of them at least, and basically it was tying them to the tree. Yeah. And I suppose there was a bit of teasing and playing, I suppose. And that,
and what day was that?
That would be Skellig Tuesday.
So you get the idea. This is John Halpin here.
I remember that the girls were left off school early in order to get a head start on the boys. And for the first part of my primary school years, the primary school was 3 boys' classrooms and 3 girls' classrooms in the one building. So there was everyone was leaving from the same chasing point. I remember stories of some boys having a big rope for the purposes of tying up the girls, most of my memory of it is from the point of view of my sisters being terrified, rather than from the point of view of anything that I saw or did myself.
Wow.
You'd wonder. This is Christy, one of my students. He's down in the Queenstown story in Cove, but Christy had a bit, I won't play it all.
But we always call it Skellig Day.
Yeah.
Skellig Day. And when we were young, especially younger fellas, when you were young, 12, 13, 14 that age, you kind of got your gang together before Skellig Day, right? And what you did then, you picked out the girls you were going to get. You understand me? Now what we used to do was we'd all have to have ropes. You'd have a rope and you'd go, the longer the rope of course the better, because you could have a bigger span so you'd get the rope.
So Christy goes on anyway at length, I'd say, because I'm watching time. But eventually what they did is they brought them down and they used to dunk them into this trough, horse trough in Cove. So dunking into the water is also a big part of it, as we'll see. One of the best things I've done in my career is I've interviewed people in nursing homes, and often I say to anyone doing anything like that, it's best to have two people together. It might go against good anthropological practice. I found it the best. But here you get a little idea.
But they used to bring them down to a place called Small's Well. Right. Wasn't too far from the school. And they'd bring them down on the rope, and they'd be crying, the girls would be screaming, and they'd bring them down and tie them. It was a place that the horses drank out of.
Right.
Small's Well it was called.
And I'm rushing through this last one.
Come on from school, yeah.
And tell me, they get a rope, is it? And
They'd have a rope and they put it around us the boys. We were delighted.
tell me, would you want to be cut? Is it
Of
something?
course you would.
Yeah, right.
They'd help you. That was a great thing. We were delighted with ourselves. Nice, it was easy to please us.
Yeah.
You didn't catch it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was easy to please us.
And would he have to give you a kiss or anything like that?
Oh, well, I'd tell them to put their head under the flick and tap. Turn on the tap. And then you go home, then you get better for letting them do it.
And where was the... So you get the idea. So so there's a lovely painting in Cork in the Crawford Art Gallery, and it's called Skellig Night on the South Mall. And it's a beautiful painting by James Beale, 1845 as well. And if we just look at it very quickly, you have the tar barrel processions and so on going through. But you'll notice that in this, you'll see that there are women who are being chased, and they're being... does it work there? No, it doesn't. Anyway, look, fine. You'll see it. You can work it out. Over here too, just on this side, you can see. But it's not just women. There are men as well. So anyone who was unmarried was a figure and was open for public ridicule and humiliation on this particular night. And you can see here there's a lovely long little part on the foreground of that. I'm looking at this woman here. If you can see her, she's been manhandled literally by a whole group. And there's also young boys with horns, and some of them wearing paper hats, as you can see in a moment, dragging this group along in a procession. There she is there. Here there's a woman placed on the back of a donkey, which I think is also very important symbolisms. Going placed backwards on a donkey means that you're going the wrong way in life, as it were. But if you look in the foreground here for me, what you can see literally in this painting are the Skellig lists. Here they are all laid out. And when James Beale painted that, he put it in as well. This man, tall man, being pushed along as well. There's also an account here of people being paraded in wheelbarrows, quite often against their wishes. And I noticed here there was a lovely account again from Kerry, from Tralee. It says, "I'm informed the great preparations are being made for the journey to Skelligs, all the wheelbarrows in the town being already engaged, and each decorated with the figure of Cupid weeping." So wheelbarrows were there. A guy here being frog marched, as it were, mockingly. He's obviously in the military, but they've mops and things, and they're all coming to this point. And if you look carefully at that for me, it's a bit obscure at the beginning, but there's the water pump, and you can just see the boys pushing down on that, and there's a woman with her hand up, stopping herself being doused. So what I'm recording in the last 10 years down in Cove and Blarney was taking place here in the mid-19th century as well. Another painting I came across as well has similar material going on. A woman not just being prodded, but if you look at that carefully as well, there's a figure there who's going to hit her with a bottle. The donkey is being prodded up the backside and is bucking. There's people with hammers, with kettles. There's a woman getting a piggyback up here. This is a boisterous sort of event. There's a guy riding backwards on a pig. Again, I could go through all that symbolism, but that's a very strong medieval symbol as well. But I won't just go through it just at the moment. But you can see a man here barefooted going along, women in the back of a cart. And all sorts of things. Runaway knock, as we used to call it. People, this guy, much the worse for wear. I often say to my students, nothing has changed on the Grand Parade in Cork on a Friday night, you know. But in addition to that, this particular day was known by so many different variations. We have names like Chalk Sunday, Puss Sunday, Salt Sunday, Punching Day, Squirting Day. So Chalk Sunday, I was talking to some of you who remembered this taking place or hearing about it. Anyone who was not married would be isolated on their backs of their raincoats or their coats when they were coming out of Mass, especially on the first Sunday after Shrove. Down Loch Smooth is Puss Sunday, when girls had a puss on their face because they couldn't get married for another year. Salt, they used to throw salt on people so that they'd be preserved for another year. Yeah. There's an account of Punching Day, when girls used to dress up in straw and disguise themselves, and they'd punch their father saying, "Why didn't you get us married?" And so on. And sometimes even Squirting Day, which was a day of throwing water on people. I'm just watching my time, so I'm whizzing on if you don't mind. I came across a lovely account of a fella called a Stochuk. A Stochuk, essentially a stocky lad, but a stocky lad that time and I think I'll play this one.
The thing I remember about the Skelting was in the mid-50s, the 1950s, going to school. Always of an Ash Wednesday morning, you'd have to go to Mass for the Holy Ashes. And you'd be going up the street, and you see this, like a scarecrow made up, hanging on the telegraph wires. And it would be always hanging in front of two old ladies. Well, they weren't old, we thought they were old at the time because we were young, but they were unmarried. One was a school teacher and the other was a music teacher. And they showed like a scarecrow be hanging off the telegraph wires in front of their house. Wow. And I asked my mother one time, what was that about? I said, that's an old man for them to take the Skelling cushion.
So you have that idea that people used to make up these either paint a stochuk in tar on the side of the house, or they used to make up these sort of, scarecrows, if you like, or effigies like that, and they'd put them in the door and so on. So this was the way of humiliating them in public. They often put as well a wheel outside the door. But this tradition goes back to a whole idea of popular justice that is a part of what we find throughout Europe around this time. In France, it's known as Charvary, Skimmington Ride, rough music, or you've often heard the expression "going out in the rantan." This was a way of creating sort of mayhem and chaos and so on, which was to ridicule people that they felt were not behaving or in the way that they thought was the orthodoxy of which society should be. So this is a part of the sort of legacy of that which continues in Ireland. Here, for example, you can see a man who is being henpecked, as they say. So he's actually doing he's holding the distaff, which is the symbol of the woman. He's riding backwards, and he's pinioned where she's in the prime position, and she's got the wooden spoon as well. So there's a whole lot of symbolism, but you can see the noise and the cacophony of different chaotic horns blowing. And we do this as well, what's called kettling and horning, when people, during the hauling home as well, as a part of those traditions too. Another little symbol from the way of is to bring the wheel of life, okay? This notion that, we're all on one vector where there's kind of birth and marriage and children and death and all that kind of thing. And this is the full sort of cycle. And if someone who wasn't married, by putting a wheel in front of their house, this was a real indication that they hadn't done the full gambit. So, and I won't go through that just now. So to conclude, and hopefully I'm under time. I don't know if I am. I'm very conscious of that. So Skelliging and Skellig Day and the Skellig List belong really to that tradition of Carnival, and Peter Burke's great monolith on that would include food, and of course we think about the pancakes and the gorging on all of those, but elements of sex and union and the notion of violence, they're all a characteristic of that. I think it's important that it's emphasised at a time of the year when there is fertility in nature and agriculture, And here the emphasis is on human fertility and procreation when the seeds are being sown and when all new life is coming into the world. I think it's also at a liminal point, it's at a threshold. When you have thresholds, you have a heightening of activities and so on, and you're up against that arduous period of Lent. There's that rebellious anarchy and so on. And that's governed by a whole concept in terms of liminality, in terms called communitas, which is kind of a mob mentality. If everybody is doing it, it's all right to do it. So that licentiousness and chaos is embraced, and all social norms are set aside, and everyone partakes in that. But there's an expectation and a license for people to get involved in open, public, hard-hitting humiliation of the unmarried and the infertile. They must have placed huge psychological and social pressure on a great section of Irish society whose life circumstances didn't facilitate them and didn't let them get into what was the expected norm that society demanded. When I started giving these lectures, first I used to think it was great fun. And I used to think, oh, look, the Skellig list, la, la, la. But really, I think they're harrowing things. I think they're appalling. And it's really makes me think about that expectation. And somehow that expectation is still with us to a certain extent, that you have to think that way. The authors of the Skellig lists were anonymous. They were masked in that way. And hence, they were in a position to step over the boundary of what was socially acceptable. They crossed the public-private boundary, exposing the vulnerabilities and reinforcing what was not acceptable. Skelliging Day and the Skellig lists are no more, and when we might congratulate ourselves on the level of civility and tolerance that we now espouse, the unbridled vitriolic humiliation of individuals and different social groupings now resides in the realm of social media. And the widespread practice of trolling and cyberbullying on the internet, I think, are tantamount to the Skellig lists of old. Thanks very much. Thank you.
So thank you very much indeed, Shane, for a most entertaining and illuminating contribution. And so we move on. But before doing so, I think that Shane's words that there was no sex during Lent must mean that Oliver Flanagan was wrong, because Oliver said there was no sex before television, as I recall. In any event, we move on to our next guest, Eugene O'Sullivan. It gives me particular pleasure to introduce Eugene here this morning. Eugene has worked as a member of An Garda Síochána for more than 40 years. As a young Garda, I know that he worked on the border in extremely difficult times. Some of you may have seen an iconic photograph of Don Tidy emerging from the wood in Ballinamore in County Leitrim, and holding his hand and bringing him out of the wood was a young Eugene O'Sullivan. He has been immersed in the Garda Síochána for a very long period of time, obviously. And he moved on to calmer waters following his service on the border and elsewhere. And I had the privilege of working with him for over 12 years. He then worked with Catherine Zappone, and indeed previously he worked as well with Brendan Howlin, but sure, we can't all be perfect. He is immersed as well in the Gaelic Athletic Association and has been chairperson of the Kerry Association in Dublin. He was a wonderful footballer himself, and his brother, Jerry O, is a famous Kerry man who holds 2 All-Ireland senior football medals. It reminds me of John Michael and Mick O'Dwyer's bar many years ago in Waterville, and 2 Tyrone lads in there blowing away all night about them winning the All-Ireland. As you know, they didn't win that many. And late in the night, one of the Tyrone lads got his change, and he looked at it and he looked at the back of it. My God, he said, that's an All-Ireland football medal. Oh, give me that back, says John Michael. There's loads of those things hopping around here. In any event, as I said, Eugene has been immersed in the Gaelic Athletic Association for almost his entire life and has an abiding interest in it, and was a wonderful participant himself. This morning, Eugene is going to speak about Eamon Fitzgerald, a great Kerry GA star, and indeed a former Olympian. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Eugene O'Sullivan, far on Gaeltacht, sa glán, ag bhfuil an Ghaeilinn go bín agus go blasta aige. Eugene.
Thank you, John. As John said, I was privileged to work with John and indeed some other very distinguished parliamentarians for a period of over 25 years. Myself and John, for 12 years, we shared a mobile office. He tried to run very difficult government departments, and I tried to run the Kerry Association from the same venue. But we got on well. Gramagat Currialach is Kus Ahastum Van Shar Madden, Agus Mwakas the Wirisher Son and Curra Goody Tak Derrynane, Con Kind Maryaler, Olympian Agus Pelador Emil McGarrett. Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to Mother Spick for the invite to speak at the O'Connell Summer School about Ned Sean Oak, Eamon Fitzgerald, one of Kerry's greatest, if somewhat forgotten, sporting heroes. In Kerry, on Shosseriocht, we are very proud of our sporting heroes, and rightly so, because we have many. The GAA as a sporting organisation gives us a unique sense of place and a draw for our native area, which, like homing pigeons or swallows in the summer, draws us back on a regular basis. For Irish people, and in particular Winter Kerry, it gives us a connection like no other with the locality we're born in. It defines our geographical boundaries, our friends, our opponents, and for a short while during local championship battles, our enemies, where normally sane people lose their own themselves. Nowhere is the GAA ethos more stronger than here in Castle Cove, Derrynane area, with a strong tradition of producing many fine players down the years. It is from this tradition that Eamon Fitzgerald emerged as an outstanding footballer for Kerry and an Olympic athlete representing Ireland in the 1920s and 1930s. That tradition has continued down the years, with many fine footballers coming out of this area, and none more than the late David Finton. I'm very conscious of the great sadness in this area in recent days at the sad passing of David. Our thoughts and prayers of all here and of the O'Connell School are with his family and friends at this very difficult time. Rest in peace, David. From this unique organisation, such sporting heroes emerge. Some will be local, some gain national prominence, and occasionally international acclaim. It is rare for Kerry people to meet in any part of the world and not discuss the fortunes or misfortunes of our heroes in green and gold, male or female. Those of my age when growing up were very much aware of Kerry's sporting heritage, and such notables as Dick Fitzgerald, Austin Stack, and Con Brosnan, who were the stars of Kerry's success in the early decades of the 20th century. Mick O'Connell and Mick Dwyer always come to mind when we think of Crishla Kerry, the heartbeat of Kerry, as well as all the members of Kerry's Golden Years team. At present, David Clifford fulfills the role, not forgetting Colleen Kerry and the great All-Ireland win this year by Louise Murray Hertig and local girls Sheaf Roche and Kerry ladies in Menina. My opening remarks are just to give some context to the subject of this morning's event. Eamon Fitzgerald, Eamon McGarrett, or Ned Sean Owen, as he was better known locally. To achieve top-level success in any sport is a great achievement, but to do it in two disciplines and to compete on the world stage is truly remarkable. Such a man was Eamon Fitzgerald, a superstar long before the term was thought of. So how was it that his achievements were somehow lost and forgotten in the mists of time? I was vaguely aware of Eamon Fitzgerald growing up. I'd heard stories from my late father about the man from, as he put it, out around Cardaniel, who was a great footballer playing for Kerry and also competed in the Olympics in the hop, step and jump for Ireland. Little did I know how good a sportsman he was, or his status as an Olympian athlete. Neither did I realise that I would become part of the story in rediscovering the achievements of Eamon Fitzgerald, locating and restoring his final resting place, and ensuring that his sporting legacy is never forgotten. During my time as chairman of the Kerry Association in Dublin, I would often get requests from the late Wishy Fogarty regarding events in the capital that had some Kerry connection. This could be anything from tracking down some GA person he wanted to talk to, or about the supporter arrangements for the upcoming All-Ireland final. In 2004, he called and said that while he was partaking in the Ring of Kerry cycle, he stopped at Castle Cove Church and noticed the stained glass window in memory of Eamon Fitzgerald. This piqued his interest, and in his usual Dublin default kicked in, and he says, "Huge," he says to me, in that wonderful distinctive Kerry speak of his, "I have a small job for you." Former Kerry footballer and Olympian Eamon Fitzgerald from Cardaniel died in Dublin in 1958, and he's buried in the capital somewhere. Do you think you could locate his grave? Wishy, I said, "You really come up with a handy one for me this time, but I'll give it a go." When I sat down to try and figure out where to start, I established that Eamon worked as a Muntor in Colashdaena in Rathfarnham, so very probably lived on the south side of Dublin and would likely be buried there. The biggest and oldest cemeteries in Dublin, on Dublin's south side, are Dean's Grange and Mount Jerome and Harold's Cross. I figured these would be good starting points for my inquiries, and I decided to enlist the help of my Garda colleagues who covered those areas. If it was now, I would probably incur the wrath of GSOC for inappropriate use of Garda resources. But at the time, having the former Minister for Justice in my corner, I was confident that such an issue would not arise. Within 2 days, I was informed by my friend, Detective Sergeant Jim Martin, that having made inquiries at Dean's Grange Cemetery, he had located the grave of Eamon Fitzgerald and was able to give me the location reference for it in the cemetery. The following day, I went to Dean's Grange and I stood at Eamon's gravesite, Uig Nig Sean Og. It was overgrown, neglected, and the inscription barely legible. I found this a humbling experience to stand at his gravesite 46 years after his burial when only 10 people attended. It got me thinking about Eamon and how this situation had arisen. Who was he? Where was he from? What were his achievements in life, sports-wise and career-wise? Why was he forgotten? How can the situation be rectified? So who was Eamon Fitzgerald? Kerry Ned Sean Og. Eamon was born in Ballyhan, Castle Cove in 1903 and had 3 brothers and sisters. From an early age, he was known as Ned Sean Og. He attended Bunanir National School, and thanks to the generosity and benevolence of Lady Abina Broderick, he got his secondary education in Colashdaena Rathfarnham, Padraig Pearse's school. He was considered a very bright student and was fluent as Gaelic and French. He was one of several local children who benefited from the benevolence of Lady Broderick. She was originally a British landed gentry stock, but espoused the ideals of Irish republicanism. She also built a small hospital for the benefit of the local community here near Castle Cove. Obviously a lady of great generosity who was hugely influential in the life and career of Eamon Fitzgerald. After finishing Colashdaena, Eamon went on to study at UCD, qualifying as a secondary school teacher and later returning to his alma mater to teach. Eamon's sporting prowess flourished during the 1920s, which was a very turbulent time in Irish history, with a memory of a bitter civil war very fresh, but the GAA was a healing influence, with players on both sides of the divide setting aside their differences for the glory of the green and gold of Kerry. Eamon's politics, it would appear, were similar to that of his benefactor, Lady Broderick, and he was imprisoned for a time in Drogheda for Republican activities, but lined out for Kerry's All-Ireland team, winning team of 1931, alongside Con Brosnan, who fought on the Free State side during the Civil War, a great example of the healing power of the GAA. His GAA playing career for Kerry is up there with the best who have lined out for the kingdom. While a student at UCD, he won 3 Segerson Cup titles in 1927, 29 and 1931, scoring 3-3 in the 1929 final. He won All-Irelands at junior and senior levels in 1924 and was part of Kerry's first 4 in a row from 1929 to 1932. Unfortunately, no 5 in a row then either. He also won national meet medals with Kerry and a Railway Cup medal with Munster in 1931. But I suppose what really sets Eamon apart from other outstanding sportsmen of his time is that while being a top-level GAA player, he was able to compete at Olympic level in athletics. Before departing for the Los Angeles Olympics in 1932, the Irish athletes spent a 2-week training camp at Ballybunion, and Eamon at that point was confident of his chances. Training was on the sandhills, on the Greyhound track, but unfortunately he picked up an ankle injury and his participation was in some doubt at that stage. Rest and soaking his ankle in seawater convinced him to travel with high hopes of a medal. The Olympic group travelled from Cove on the 6,000-mile trek to Los Angeles with a stop in Denver for some extra training. He aggravated his injury again, but nevertheless travelled on to the Games. Despite his injury, he qualified for the final of the triple jump, or the hop, step and jump, as it was then known. His jump in the final was 48 feet, 2.75 inches, which just left him 1 inch away from a medal. So close. Chukai Nambu of Japan took gold, Erik Svensson of Sweden took silver, and Kenkichi Yoshima of Japan bronze. Very fine margins. Those in the know in sport say that finishing fourth in the Olympics is a very lonely place, a sort of no man's land in between what might have been and what was meant to be. Eamon's jump would have won him gold in 7 of the previous 9 Olympics, a truly outstanding performance. Less than 2 months later, he was back in Croke Park as a non-playing sub on the Kerry team that clinched the 4 in a row, beating Mayo in that final. After winning several more Irish athletics titles, including the high jump, long jump in 1933, he began dedicating his life entirely to teaching in Coloshdéana. Being the quiet, unassuming man that he was, he seems to have disappeared from the public gaze once his sporting career ended. In the early 1950s, Eamon contracted TB and suffered poor health for a number of years before passing away in 1958 while still a young man. His teacher colleagues, including Sean O'Neill and Fionn Brannock, helped remove his remains from his house in Beaumont Avenue, Churchtown, and shouldered his coffin in Dean's Grange. Only 10 people attended his funeral, and with the passing of the years, his memory and achievements were forgotten until I got the call from Wishy Fogarty and found myself back at his overgrown and neglected final resting place. As I stood there alone, it was a humbling experience, and I decided that the memory of this famous son of Castlecove must be restored and his place enshrined in the annals of Kerry sporting greats. As chairman of the Kerry Association in Dublin at the time, I was in the privileged position to lead the drive to ensure that this would happen. The executive committee of the Kerry Association agreed to restore the grave and headstone to its proper standard, and the Kerry County Board and the Olympic Council of Ireland came on board to support the venture. On Saturday, May 15, 2004, the efforts of all involved came to fruition in Dean's Grange Cemetery when a ceremony took place to rededicate the grave and headstone of Ned Sean Og. The Olympic Council of Ireland was represented by Pat Hickey, Kerry GAA by Chairman Sean Walsh, the Irish Athletics Association by President Michael Heary, and Radio Kerry by Wishy Fogarty. In total, a group of over 200 people attended, with many travelling from Castlecove, including Brendan Galvin, who laid a plaque and a container of earth from his native Ballyhan on his newly refurbished grave. Life and death had come full circle for Eamon Fitzgerald. Wishy Fogarty has also gone to his eternal reward. But if it wasn't for his stop in Castlecove Church on that sunny day, the final resting place of Eamon Fitzgerald, Eamon McArald, Ned Sean Og, might still be overgrown and neglected. Thanks to Wishy's intervention, his memory is now permanently enshrined in the Roll of Honour of Kerry sporting greats. Ned Sean Og, Nivegel Heda Rishaun, Gramagiv.
So thank you, Eugene, for that tremendous contribution, which was so educational and revealing for everybody. So that concludes this morning's session. And I think that Mary wants to say a few words.
I just want to say that if anyone has any questions, that we have a mic in the AV room, and if the people in the other audiovisual area would like to go there if they have any questions, and we'll take questions now. I'm just doing some from the chapel first, and then we'll move to the AV room.
Good morning, John and people. I remember going to school in Cushlock School. I started there in '55, and the Skellig list was a big thing at that stage. And this area had one of the best writers of Skellig list, Cardangan Parish, a man called Mike Scotch, who was connected to Paddy and Fiona de Bush, his grandson being married to Kieran de Bush. But Mike was a great man and my mother, coming from Hogshead, knew him very well, and sometimes from my uncle Paddy, who lived in Hogshead, we had an odd scrap of a Skellig list that was brought out as it appeared every year. And Mike covered this year, Cardanel, Waterfall, and so on, and some of them were rather scurrilous, of course, and couldn't be put in the brought into the church or something, an extract put into the missalette or something. But they were great crack at the time because no television, people played card, and the Skellig list was to be looked forward to. I don't know if Paddy got any scrap from Mike or not.
Thank you very much, Micheál. Thank you.
Diplomatically forgotten.
Anybody else?
Any other questions from the AV room?
Thank you. Three really great papers. Shane, can I ask you about, and I know it wasn't the topic of your paper, so slightly beyond the scope, but since you mentioned fertility problems at the end, in the way that a wheel would be left outside an unmarried woman's house, was there any kind of similar symbolism used for those who weren't mothers or couldn't be mothers?
When I started looking at the Skellig list, first, I suppose I was thinking very much of just people being married and not married, but there are a whole set of reasons why people weren't married, and it wasn't just economic, and it wasn't, so we live now in a fantastic society where everyone is embraced, but this was a sort of there were within Irish folklore, there are incredible sort of taboos against all sorts of people who haven't conceived, for example. So not only were they married, and I do have quite an amount of stuff, but it kind of borders into stuff that is quite ugly, and I don't really want to start going through it in a lovely setting like this, but it often involved things which were taboo, things which were considered to be negative, often bodily elements. So it does have it is there. But it's very difficult to find that because of the nature of that. So I've spoken to quite a number of people and recorded quite a number of people, and they're very bashful about talking about it. Obviously enough, but it does. You're quite right to bring it in that it's not just about being married. It was open house for humiliation of all levels. Yeah.
Thank you, Shane. Is there anybody else? Okay. Well, that's it then. So I want to thank our contributors again. I would like to wish Chris from the Office of Public Works every happiness and success in the future. Sometimes it is forgotten the wonderful contribution which the Office of Public Works makes to Irish culture and heritage. They have been outstanding servants of the state since their foundation. Again, thank you to the contributors for a wonderful morning, and in particular thank you to all of our guests here present for being so attentive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, and to everyone this morning. Wonderful morning. Just some housekeeping. You're all going for coffee now, and we'll resume in 30 minutes. But just one small thing. The wonderful team, Deirdre and John, in the tea rooms have lunch tickets available for sale at reception. And there's delicious homemade sandwiches, slice of cake, teas and coffees for just €10. So we would ask you to purchase them during the coffee break because it will speed things up for lunch. So we'll see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Vi maden an spéisiúla rin agus fuair mar lán rudí Micheál an saoil fadó agus inis bhhaithlam fáilte chur th neis rih gach duine atá anseo agus beag a bhfad níos mó ólas agan inis Kerry agus an Rúis. Mar tá an céad, the first speaker is Professor Judith Devlin. Judith is Emeritus Professor in the Department of History in UCD. She spent 10 years in the Department of Foreign Affairs, including a posting in Moscow in the mid-1980s during the Gorbachev era. She spent 18 months in Paris at the École Nationale d'Administration. She has many languages, French and German, Italian, Russian, and she has published a large number of books. She has published, as part of her PhD, the first book dealt with 19th century French popular culture, and she has published a number of books on Russia, and today she speaks on rural Russia in the 19th century. I'd like to welcome Professor Judith Devlin.
Well, thank you very much, Mary. And I'd like just briefly to say also a very big thank you to Morris and to Mary and to everyone who makes the school happen. And, you know, it's just a marvellous event, obviously. And I'm very privileged to be taking part in it. So today, I was asked to talk about rural Russia in the 19th century, quite a big topic, and I will attempt not to overstay my welcome. And what we're going to be looking at are really basically the position of the vast majority of the Russian people who were the Russian peasants, as they're usually called in the literature. And I'm going to skip that first slide to show you I mean to get on with things. Serfdom, the point about Russian, if you like, people who lived on the land. It was overwhelmingly an agricultural country, so that seems a point of similarity, but in fact there was an enormous difference. And although Ireland was poor in the early 19th century, certainly, the 19th century, you might say. Russia, it was a very different position because we don't talk about Russian peasants until we talk about Russian serfs. And you think serfdom, isn't that something to do with the medieval era, as I vaguely remember from school? Yes, of course, but where it was phased out in, say, Western Europe, it actually intensified in Russia in the 17th and 18th centuries. And right up until the mid-19th century, the vast majority of the population were serfs. As you can see from my slide here, 84% of the population were in fact serfs. They were tied to the land and the landowner. They were not free citizens. They had no control over their own fate, basically. So 23 million people were essentially, if you like, private serfs, is what they were called. That's to say that you were tied, man or woman, to your particular landowner. And you were under his control, he decided your fate, basically. So if you owed one of two things, you know, labor, you worked the land for him, and that was predominant in the more fertile areas, and that was called barshina. And in areas where agriculture didn't really sustain life for the whole year, you might go off and work part-time in forests or on the rivers or something like that. And then you paid a quit rent instead, and that was abrok. In addition, you were alone, the peasantry paid the poll tax. And they were also liable for 25-year military service. If you were fingered to serve in the army, you served for 25 years. It was a lifetime service. You never went back, basically. You died, really, basically. This is a picture, in fact, of a late 19th century Russian village, and you can see already what you might expect, the wooden houses. You'll notice the mud. It's the season of the thaw, and the barefoot kids. So landowners, we see sort of landowners here in the picture with the serfs in their rather nice attire of the domestic serfs. Some serfs served in the landlord's house as servants, and speaking to Shane, who's interested in textiles, you may be able to notice there at the back the rather elaborate traditional dress. The landowner had basically full judicial powers over his serfs. And his actual wealth was sort of measured in serfs. There was an enormous disparity in the gentry or aristocracy. Some were fabulously wealthy, that's to say, 50,000 serfs, but a great many would only have sort of 40 or fewer, and that meant they were really very poor, and their lifestyle was terribly different from that of the serfs themselves. But most would have had 400 or 500 plus. And by comparison with the 84% of the population in 1851 who were serfs, the gentry constituted approximately 1.5% of the population. It gives you a sense of the proportions. So the serf, the landowner could, you can see the sort of what he could do. He'd have his serfs flogged in public, exiled, send them away remotely, indeed send them off to the mines of the Urals, for example. He could send them to be drafted into the army. He could impose marriage, who you married. He could decide that. In the late 18th century, there were cases of, and it wasn't that unusual, of serfs being auctioned, advertised for sales, being even gambled away. These sort of abuses declined in the 19th century, and that's largely because serfdom, the influence of the Enlightenment on the Russian elites counted, and it was seen, even among many of the elites, the top elites, as an evil, but the question was, how do we change it, basically? Torture and murder were also known to occur, and you'll probably remember the writer Ivan Turgenev, and his own mother was a very fearsome, dreadful woman. She murdered, apparently, one of her serfs, and it was one of the reasons why Turgenev himself became a liberal and wrote many books, of a sort of political sort. Right, now I was asked to talk a little bit about the realities of village life. This is a photo of an institution called the Mir, the commune. The commune was the way life, peasant life, was organized within, if you like, the village. And it was really an institution of mutual aid and responsibility. The Mir, really, or the commune, essentially the way it worked was that you would have an assembly of the heads of households, usually 99% the eldest male, and they elected then the elder for a 3-year period. And essentially it was he who kind of decided, with some people to advise him, who did what work. They'd redistribute land. When the land would be farmed by different households, but the amount any household would get changed periodically depending on the size of the household. There was no stability in what you actually were farming. But of course, remember, you were farming it for the landlord, really, and you just got what you needed to basically survive. It was he also who dealt with, say, the state and the steward, basically, the payment of taxes, the payment of dues. He was responsible for law and order at settling disputes in the locality. And this morning we had reference, I think, to customary law. The interesting thing is, of course, that the peasant scale of value is very, very different from those of the state. And when, after emancipation, you then have a sort of formal judicial process for the courts, if you like, peasant courts are established. What the state wanted to prosecute was not what peasant juries wanted to punish. They had completely different sets of values. So on the one hand, like stealing the landlord's, say, timber, grazing his lands, that was all fine as far as the peasantry were concerned. On the other hand, stealing the peasant's horse, that was an appalling crime, whereas the state think anything of that. And it's quite interesting because it ultimately tended to subvert the operation of kind of more modern law system that comes in the mid to late 19th century. And you'll notice the way the people are, the way they were built, the way they're dressed and what they're wearing is very typical, the kind of the hairdo, the beards, very typical as well, the sheepskin coat, and the felt boots, valianki, they were made out of felt, they kept you very warm. So it was typical peasant gear, you'd know from dress apart from anything else. Just a little bit about perhaps the hearth and home. These were patriarchal families, and sort of it wasn't nuclear families, so any household would be headed usually by the eldest male, and his married sons and daughters-in-law and their children, everybody would be living in this one household, if you like. The women's position was, of course, subordinate one. That goes without being said. They did what they were told, basically. The eldest male in the household, usually the kind of the father, grandfather figure, assigned work, approved marriages, whether you could or couldn't marry this or that person, granted seasonal, if you needed to work outside the commune to earn some extra money, it was he who approved that, to go to work in towns or mills or something like that. The cabin itself was, as we saw, this kind of wooden structure. The furniture was absolutely minimal. It tended to be benches along the wall, perhaps a table, and there was always an icon corner. You see it up there in the top right. That's where the icon, the holy pictures, went. It was called the Krasny Uголок, the red corner. Krasny was a beautiful corner, and of course Krasny came to mean the red corner, and that's in due course where you found Lenin, etc., in another century. And you see the stove, quite elaborate, and that was also where you could sleep and keep warm. However, this was a system that was incredibly hierarchical. It also kept Russia backward. It didn't generate much surplus income, and it was totally anachronistic in the middle 19th century. If we think of what's going on in the 19th century, it's rapid industrialization, urbanization, modernization, capital investment, the rise of capital, but also what that brings with it. That wasn't affecting Russia. And Russia, fancy itself, was one of the great powers. It had defeated Napoleon, after all. But it wasn't able to maintain that status precisely because its economy lagged so far behind, and its whole social and economic system was out of sync. And it was illustrated by the Crimean War in the early to mid 1850s. Crimea, again, a source of course, contention nowadays. But in this case, Russia was defeated on its own territory. And it made the Tsar, the authorities, think, well, we've just got to bite this bullet. We've got to do away with serfdom. We've got to emancipate the serfs. And of course, the real reason why they did it was, on the one hand, they were afraid that it might be imposed upon them eventually. They were always looking west to the endless revolutions in Western Europe. They didn't want that to come to them. And then also because they needed to modernize. The Tsar, who's famous for doing this, was the so-called Tsar Liberator, Alexander II, who would end up being assassinated, which perhaps a little more. Emancipation itself came after a prolonged period of negotiation where the Tsar and his ministers and advisors tried to work out how to do it. And actually, if you think that this coincides with the Civil War in America, which is after all fought over slavery and its abolition, it was quite an amazing feat of social engineering, really, in its time. But it had many drawbacks, as we'll see. This is a picture of the Tsar that's apparently, being greeted, on emancipation, one of these fanciful imaginings of the greeting, the way emancipation was greeted. And it happens sort of from 61 really up to 66. The private serfs are freed in 1861. That affected 23 million people approximately. The royal family, the imperial families, follow in 63. It's a much smaller number. And then in 1866, the so-called state serfs, there are about 27 million of them. They have slightly different status. They don't have particular individual landowners over them, but they are nonetheless enserfed. And all of these people are emancipated. They're given their personal freedom and in this period. There were great expectations, and the peasants themselves believed the land belonged to them, given to them by God. That's what they expected. Well, what did they get? Well, they got the rights of being free peasants. Well, exactly how free? So the legal authority of the landowner was replaced by the mir. As we saw, the mir already had considerable control over the everyday lives of serfs. And now they also had a certain legal jurisdiction over them. What the serfs got in emancipation was the house and plot of land adjoining, their little cabin and the kind of garden immediately around it. But rather than being given the land, they actually had to, or what they normally would have been farming, rather than being given land, they were given it as a share in the collective property of the commune, of the mir. So they didn't get a tract of land. They didn't get my farm. The commune got the farm, and you had a share in the commune. You didn't even have a stable share of the commune, because if you remember, the commune redistributed land according to the size of your family and the perceived need of the household. So you had a share in this joint enterprise. But of course, as I say, the quality of the land often was inferior, because the landowner retained a third of the land and kept the best bits, as you can imagine. Then the peasants, who were completely indigent, were expected to pay for the land they got. They had no means, so they were given by the state, advanced a loan by the state, and they had to pay that back, so-called redemption payments. As you can see, this really wasn't a very equitable system, but it was very much skewed in favour of the landlords, largely because these elites, the few educated elites, were kind of really necessary to the state, to the military, to the bureaucracy, which was going to expand, etc. They had to be kind of bought off. So although the landlords, since the time of the Napoleonic engagement, and given their extravagant lifestyles, had actually mortgaged many of their serfs already, go, dead souls, part of the plot, if you remember. But anyway, so they got an inflated price, really, basically, for the land. Their debts were ignored, where the peasants instead were lumbered with heavy debts. And they were still tied to the mere, which gave them permission to leave or not to leave. And if they left, they had to kind of keep paying towards the communal debt. And again, we see a kind of, in a local, this is a picture shows a sort of traditional gentry house. And actually, town planning in Russia, even provincial town, very interesting, because Catherine the Great has a particular pattern that applies to towns throughout Russia, or neoclassical, the grid, etc. And you can see the neoclassical facade, very typical of a kind of gentry, or more prosperous gentry houses. I'm not going to dwell on this too much, but fundamentally, they managed emancipation, but it didn't really generate very effective agriculture, partly because there wasn't enough money, investment capital wasn't there, and too much, there were too heavy burdens, really, basically, on the peasantry. Another problem was, of course, that the population more or less doubled in the period of the mid to the late 19th century. And you can see an enormous population explosion, which meant that the land that they got in emancipation was felt not to be enough. We need still more. And although they tended to rent and, where possible, buy more land, there was always this feeling of land hunger, which I think we probably can identify with. We sort of remember that there was this feeling the land should be ours. Why should the nobles have any of it? Why should we be paying them? And in any case, we need more of it. Although the government moved generally to have some improvements to end poll tax, for example, to have a peasant bank to enable investment, etc., introducing finally schools, village schools, as late as 1881. You can see how long that time's. Living standards were still, they're debated about by historians, but it is, I think, indicative that 1 in 5 conscripts didn't meet the kind of basic standard necessary. It meant that they were undernourished and undersized and not strong enough. There were periodic famines. A famine in 1891 to 2 cost, about 400,000 people died in it in the sort of Volga. There was another 10 years later. So famines remained, there because, again, agriculture was still lagging behind. As for the general response to it, on the part at least of the peasantry, there was a great deal of disenchantment. Social effects, well, in a sense, Russia had been a caste system. You were born into your position in society. There were 5 castes, of which the top were the aristocracy, the clergy came a bit further down, and at the bottom, of course, were the peasants, known as Christiani, and yes, it meant they were Orthodox Christians, basically. The term was indicative. The nobility and landed gentry tended to go downhill, and many of them turned into essentially middle-class people, though with titles, doing middle-class jobs, joining the bureaucracy, becoming lawyers, becoming university professors, doing that sort of thing. And some got into industry. That was more typical for the rising freed peasants. Some actually were rather good businessmen. And this is a picture from a production of The Cherry Orchard. And you remember the Cherry Orchard, Chekhov's play, The Cherry Orchard, where the serf, the ex-serf, Lopachin, is actually a developer. And the cherry orchard in question is the romantic gentry, but feckless and ineffective gentry. The brother has gone to work in a bank. The sister's been living in Paris for years with a lover, etc. And anyway, they come back and they're skint. And they thought, how are we going to survive? Well, you could survive by selling the cherry orchard, which will be chopped down, and instead they're going to build little kind of not country houses, but houses, weekend houses for the expanding city down the road. And there's a new railroad, and that's what would make the money. And of course, the gentry don't want to do it. They have these romantic memories of the beauty of the countryside, etc., etc. But they're rather hoping that the son of their dear old serf, retainer, will bail them out. But in the end, what does Lopachin do? He lets them go to the wall. He buys the orchard, and he's going to knock it down, make masses of money out of it. So this is a play from, I think, 1904, but it sort of captures the changes. Very briefly, so the peasantry, the realities were poverty, discontent, difficulties. However, as in most countries, the way, we think of the Germans, the Das Volk or whatever, and indeed in Ireland too, we have this, the real people are the country people. But of course, many of the kind of Russian elite didn't really know all that much about them, basically, didn't have very much in common with them. And they imagined them. So how did they imagine? The term in Russia for the common people was narod, or just broadly like Das Volk, or, anyway, can't think of another term. But anyway, so there were various views of this. The kind of romantic nationalists known as Slavophiles, they're still, this vein of thought still more or less exists today in various things. The Slavophiles imagined the common people as religious, as peaceful, as communitarian, and absolutely not like the sort of, as I say, greedy, aggressive individualism of the squalid, unstable West. So these were kind of gentry, religiously minded, rather traditional conservative gentry. Go to the West, see the squalor of industrialization, France with its inevitable political debates and turmoil and revolutions, and didn't like that, and thought we are an apolitical people who are more concerned with spiritual things. Revolutionaries, on the other hand, in this period, they really hate and attack the emancipation deal as a fraud. And for them, they're known as narodniki, narodniki. So, and they, on the other hand, think that essentially the common people are essentially revolutionary. They're socialists. That's why they have the mir. That's why they have the commune. And they're capable of self-government, and only a single act is required to bring the whole rotten system tumbling down, such as the assassination of the Tsar. And they do assassinate Alexander II after about 7 or 8 attempts. But there's no revolution, actually, so they got proved wrong. Bakunin, Prince Michael Bakunin, who was an anarchist thinker, was one of the great influences on the Narodniki. And it's amusing to think that the anarchists, the Russian anarchists, Russians were for in anarchism, were all generally princes and quite highly placed and privileged people. The Tsar and the people around the Tsar rather preferred the idea that the people loved the Tsar and were devoted to him and called him the Tsar father, the Tsar Batyushka, and went through all these elaborate ceremonies in the tercentenary of the dynasty in 1913, enacting peasant reverence for the Tsar. And as we'll see, it was a little bit of a myth. Okay, so beliefs and values, just very briefly, they were Russians, religion was the marker of identity. To be a Russian was to be Orthodox was Russian. How much they knew of the theory or theory and doctrine and dogma want that to the fore in Orthodox spirituality in Russia. And dogma probably didn't know all that much really about the intricacies of it, but they followed the main sacraments and rituals of the church in relation to things like, marriage, birth, death, that kind of thing. Lent, they would observed all of that. The parish clergy were usually married, extremely poor, rather badly educated in seminaries, and they weren't very popular because they actually earned their living farming and charging fees for the basic things. Beyond the official church, perhaps one of the more interesting groups were the Old Believers. And actually, I'm going to talk a bit about a few of these just very shortly, and I won't dwell. But the main thing to bear in mind about there were many, many sects, so lots of sectarians in Russia, some quite eccentric. And the main thing about them was they all hated the state. The Old Believers sort of revolt against an attempted reform of Orthodox ritual in the 17th century. But they basically, and they also hate Peter the Great and his westernization. Where he made people changed out of their kaftans and adopt 18th century dress, silk breeches, powdered wigs, etc. And these people thought it's ungodly, it's dreadful, and shave off our beards, and smoke. And the women in their décolleté, like, think of Catherine the Great and her, sort of very revealing gowns, appalling behavior, And they treat the state as antichrist and moved away to areas where they couldn't be got at, basically. Then there was popular religion that hadn't actually definitely rebelled against the state, but was a bit, different. And out of this, they believed in holy men and that kind of thing. Chief among whom, out of this tradition, comes Rasputin, whom I think probably most people have heard of, who, of course, was very popular with the Tsar's family before and during, in fact, the War and Revolution. I'm not going to talk too much about that. And as you can imagine, in terms of popular religion, again, it was not really in sync with official positions. They had weeping icons, miraculous icons, holy pictures, pilgrimages, trying to get rid of illnesses or drought, etc. And you'd have pilgrimages with people carrying holy pictures around and icons around to try to get rid of all of that. And perhaps most interestingly, they also, of course, believed in witchcraft. But of course, witchcraft was really the idea that that nasty old woman down the road could cause the cows, their milk to dry up, or pox, or she cast the evil eye, and she was liable to be attacked. And perhaps the most eccentric of the popular religion, of the popular sects, up here on the right, top right, are the so-called whips, Christi, and they had these kind of ecstatic rituals, which are represented there. The middle one are Skoptsi, and you can see they actually cut off their genitals because they believed they were so inclined. They thought, the life of the body is sinful, and we have to, which was generally quite a feature of most of the sectarians. The main thing about them was that none of them really supported. They were kind of dissented from the official church. They didn't subscribe to lots of its beliefs. They didn't necessarily go with the Bible. They had their own take on what things were all about, what was important and what wasn't. And they were very often very hostile to the state and didn't want to serve and wouldn't serve in the army or go through and really engage with the state. This is true of the Dukhabori, the spirit wrestlers, whom you may have heard of, Tolstoy, and again, they were those who wouldn't go with the state, wouldn't register, wouldn't do various, and were in consequence persecuted. My last slide. So we have an imagined Narod, and we have a reality, as you can see, of alternative ideas and values, which, but on the other hand, we have, these came to what we finally get a sense of what the peasants did think when it came to the 1905 revolution, because at the end of the 19th century, in the course of a war with Japan, would that this were followed in the current circumstances, unsuccessfully prosecuted war with Japan, jolly nearly topples the Tsar, who absolutely deserves to be toppled in terms of his views and his incompetence, etc. But anyway, leave that aside. And anyway, he's fighting a war very unsuccessfully in Japan, and a revolution breaks out. And I think one of the most interesting things about it is that there's an almost independent peasant revolution, The first thing they're asked to have is to express, beginning of the year in February, what would you require of the state? And they do what is sometimes called cahier de doléances, but they shouldn't be. That's obviously taken from the French Revolution. But the one thing they all ask for is land. We want land. It's articulated. Also free education, other things, but mainly land. Also some say in what goes on, some kind of assembly. But land is number one. And the thing that we really see going on is in the countryside, they actually chase out the people that we knew always existed, that they always hated. The landlord stewards, the tax collectors, the army, the policemen, all of that. All the state authorities are chucked out of large chunks of the countryside, and they take over, burn down the manors, and take over the landlord's estates. And in fact, kind of quasi-civil war follows, and several years, or at least until the end of 1907, before some kind of order is re-established. And actually, that whole process is what is going to be repeated in the next revolution in 1917, when in fact there is again a peasant revolution. It goes on kind of quite independently of Lenin and all the others in the capitals. So the peasants were not what the Tsar liked to imagine, these devout people who supported him. We see, just as my last comment, the Tsar was up there with his sense of what was going on in the country was completely out of sync. And we see him here in dressed for a court ball. Every year the court held fancy dress parties, basically, or balls in the Winter Palace. And the theme that particular year was to dress as in the time of Muscovy, when it was basically kind of a quasi-theocracy. And he's dressed, as you can see, in the outfit, or the kaftan, etc., the clothes, with his wife Anastasia, of the 17th century monarchy autocracy. And the Tsar mentally was actually in the 17th century, but he didn't seem to realize that the world around him had changed. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Judith. That was a most marvelous introduction, to our understanding of where Russia is today. And it strikes me in your talk that you reflected on the themes that we have in common as well, like land and religion, and then the influence of the state. So there's not dissimilar themes running through our own history. So I think there would be lots more chances to hear you speak about the modern Russia, which I would like to hear at some point in future. So our next speaker is a local person from Kerry. He's Brian McMahon. Brian is a retired secondary teacher and independent researcher with his focus on Kerry. He's a native of Ballyhaig, and one of his first books, I think the first one he produced, was The Great Famine in Tralee and North Kerry. That followed in 2023 with Ballyhaig in Arms, a portrait of a Kerry parish, 1914 to 23, and that was published last year. Faith and Fury followed, or was earlier, an earlier book, but it's the theme of today. The Evangelical Campaign in Dingle and West Kerry, and that was published in 2021. And the topic today is responses to the Protestant mission in West Kerry in the 1800s. So I welcome Brian McMahon.
Good Margaret, Awarda. So from Vladivostok to Ventry. That's an opening line I never anticipated using. I hope you'll forgive me my hoarseness and that you'll all be able to hear me clearly with the great help from James down below. One of the pleasures of doing local research is when you stumble across illustrations like that of Dingle. We could spend a bit of time talking about what's visible there, but time doesn't allow, but you can see clearly the Connor Pass Road rising up out of Dingle town. This is pre-famine Dingle, is mainly my focus today. Pre-famine West Kerry, Corkagina, of course, the Dingle Peninsula, and various other titles, Dingle town and areas west of it. And the topic is conversion. And that's linked to superism, which is a term that will be familiar to many of you here, which was, in summary, the idea that conversion was based on giving material gain, like soup and other food and sustenance in famine times. So it's about superism, which is a difficult concept, to say the least. A taboo concept, perhaps that's going too far, but certainly an uncomfortable one, and one that hasn't been researched very much in past times because of that discomfort, and because it was associated with heavy, weighty words like proselytism, apostasy, and sectarianism. Not anything to brighten up a day in anyone's life. But I think, and for that reason, a famous writer, Murish McAneel, a broadcaster and writer, said, "Forgama on gray a hayden on a lehent sonagoni." It's a cold wind still blows from those days, and that was one of the reasons why. So, Tom buich fearweek the Virish asokt on Kerry a hook con scale saw a Rhine and it's not as dark as it might appear with that introduction. So that's Dingle. This is another view of Dingle at the time, taken from another angle, from inland, with John Street in the foreground. There are buildings there that are relevant to the talk, notably St. James's Church on the right there, but I can't dwell too long on that. The background is that in the 1800s, there were a lot of Bible societies whose mission was to spread the Bible throughout Ireland as part of their missionary belief. The people who were involved were sometimes referred to as ultra-Protestants, and that kind of captures the atmosphere. The Church of Ireland itself was rather sedate and not so much interested in proselytizing or expanding the official Church of Ireland. But within it, there was a wing of ultra-Protestants. And within that wing, there was another, which was said, there is a whole population in remote parts of Ireland, almost 2 million people they estimated, who speak only Irish, and nobody's looking after them. Where are the Bibles for them? The Catholic Church uses Latin, the Church of Ireland uses English, and nobody is directing attention towards them. So, the Bible in Irish. 5,000 copies of the Irish Bible were distributed in the early years of the 1800s around the country with a view to winning over the native Irish speakers, the monoglots. But they were Irish speakers, they weren't Irish readers. They couldn't read the Irish Bible. So they began to organize an education system, schooling, traveling scholars, setting up education and publishing books like this one to help Irish speakers to read their own language that they had been speaking for years, but when they held the book in their hands, and we can all imagine what it was like for illiterate people to go into a school and weeks later to be able to hold a book in their hand and read it. And you can see what the aim was, quite clearly, not to preserve the Irish language in any way, but as you can see there, a means of teaching, of understanding the English language through the medium of Irish. Ultimately, the focus was to be able to read the Bible in Irish. And the phrases in lesson 2 are there on the right-hand side, and you can see them. They're all one-syllable words. And the second one is cot brack. Cot brack, cat with white spots, a speckled cat. That term became the equivalent of super. Those who converted were called cot brack. Lucht an Tuip, the supers, Lucht an Chrit the followers of the cat brack. People said it came from a cover that had a black cat on the cover, and it was no cover. It was just a phrase among others. It could well have been Brat Gurrum, a blue cloak from further down the list, or Glún Tain, a sore knee, which had other phrases from it. But just for a moment, just imagine what it meant to young and old who gathered together in huts beside the roadside, in the shelter of a gable, under a tree, and heard a local man, a Catholic, man that they knew, usually a man, I'm saying man all the time, it was in fact the way, speaking their language and then teaching them to read it. The liberation that was involved in that was incredible. So I'm already hoping that the darkness that I mentioned at the beginning associated with this is lifting a little bit, because it was utterly liberating. And the text came out, the people gathered, and you had scenes like this, which features on the cover of my book. The teacher is on the left. He's done his work. He's holding his specs in his hand there, and you have all ages reading from the Bible, which was the text that they used. Extracts from the Bible first, not the whole Bible. Not other texts, really. It was all entirely centered on the Bible. It was biblical learning. Irish is the key to their hearts. One of phrase was. And the Bible stories appealed in themselves. The Bible carried its magic, its power, its wonder, its poetry with it in the Irish language. And it was being introduced into a storytelling culture anyway, of Shanakees and great tales and so on. So the word back in the late 1820s, the word back to Dublin, where the headquarters was, I should have mentioned the group involved in this promotion of the books, and that was the Irish Society for short. It had a longer name, but that's what it was known as. The word went back from Corcugina. The people here are all on a blaze for the Irish scriptures. This was a craze, and this was a movement. No, it was a small minority movement, but it was the beginning of something that they imagined would be very big. And as I say, this is an actual drawing based on Brusna in north of here, in the north of the county near Abbeyfield, and this depicts the situation. This is, I think, from the context, most likely set in Corcugina, and you can see what I mean. The custom of Bohan Tiecht, going from house to house for storytelling at night time, was already in the culture. And here they're in a Bohan in West Kerry, reading by candlelight, all ages, children in the foreground. We could spend a lot of time looking at these. It's one of the thrills of doing research, is coming across these drawings. I draw your attention particularly to the man at the door on the right. He's on the threshold. Will I, won't I? What are the consequences? What happens to me, to my family, as we'll talk about later, to my past, to my ancestors? What happens to my future if I venture in here? Now, there's no famine or anything. There were hard times, there were poor times, and there were periodic shortages of food and so on, but these are 1830s. It's not the famine times. It's not hard like that. But that's the man I'm interested in. A cool Eshticht and son, Egandoris. So it was conversion, of course. That was the aim. And the idea was, the phrase was, let the Bible do the work. The ministers, the teachers. Now, the teachers were Catholic. They were instruments, but behind them was the Irish Society and others for whom conversion was the aim. And some of the teachers inevitably converted themselves as well. But the phrase was, let the Bible do the work. And the question was always to the Catholic priests and so on, where in the Bible is the justification for your beliefs and doctrines? I won't be going so much into that. They attacked rituals and superstitions of the people. Some of these who were English particularly were offended by what they saw. They were offended. They said, but the rituals and customs, and they talked about holy bones, holy stones, holy beads, holy bushes, holy wells, holy relics, holy cloths, holy ashes. What's all this about? And because they were English, the cultural significance of a lot of pattern days and all kinds of rituals and holy wells and 3 times round clockwise and all this kind of thing, they couldn't believe it. And above all, they took exception. They said to when debates took place in the media and that, they said, the Mass is important to you. It's a holy sacrifice. It's an important thing. Why in God's name are you saying Mass on a fishing boat? Why are you saying Mass for a sick cow? Their sensibilities were utterly offended by the mixture of the profane and the sacred. I suppose that's the way to put it, you know. So they also said the mission, as it moved towards religious conversion now, they challenged people and they said they won over anyone who was thinking independently, anyone who inquired of it. They felt that the Catholic doctrines didn't hold up to scrutiny, because as you remember, the answer to any questions people asked about Catholic doctrines were, you were told it was a mystery, and that was it, accepted. But they said they had inquiring minds, and they attracted people of inquiring minds, and rebels, and people who were looking maybe at the Catholic beliefs and looking at the structures as well. So it was evangelizing, but it was also anglicizing. There's no doubt about that. There was an anglicizing element to it. There was an imperial element to it. There was a pacification element to it that religion would bring. And there was this big concept which was more real to our ancestors back then than it is now: salvation, damnation, and saving you from hell. We have the message. The other message is utterly wrong. Follow us and you're saved, follow them and you're damned. So these concepts were big for people back then, bigger than we can ever understand now. I say Catholics and Protestants, but to the Protestants, they were Catholic. They were Catholic in the sense of universal. They were also Irish because they claimed descent from the religion of Patrick. They claimed that Rome was the problem, that Rome had diverted the proper course of Christianity. And so they referred to the Catholics as Romanists. So it was Romanists, and Rome was also Babylon in biblical terms. So they objected to Rome, the Pope, the councils, the doctrines. I won't go into transubstantiation and the Virgin Mary and so on. And they advocated pure Christianity. And they told people, you have no need for priests. You deal directly with Christ. You have a direct line directly to Christ. You have no need for priests. And this appealed to people. So the movement grew. And it developed into, the momentum carried it forward into expansion from the little huts that we saw and saw it into buildings. And funding came from well-meaning people, evangelicals, in England in particular. So here in Dingle, they set up little clusters of houses where the converts would come together for safety and security and solidarity, and they were called colonies. And these are lovely descriptions from the time of the colony cottages in Dingle, where the main man was Reverend Charles Gare, G-A-Y-E-R, sponsored by Lord Ventry, the landlord, and he was an Englishman. And he, like the others, believed they were, as he said, in the infancy of a great work. And you can see for yourself how this appeared to people, how these houses and buildings appeared to people. This is 1830s. People who were living in hovels and living in the darkness that we saw earlier. These are the colony cottages today in Dingle. And this is, I haven't too many slides, but the ones I have will make a connection, because they've left their mark on the landscape. These missionaries, let's call them. These are the colony cottages. This is the information about it, where plaques erected in 2019, saying that in the 1840s there were 25 houses here, built by the Dingle Missionary Society to house local people who had converted to Protestantism. A colony of 11 houses was situated elsewhere in a lane on John Street. So there are two locations in Dingle town, and Charles Gare was the man, as I say, administering that. This grew from these houses, parsonages, churches, schools, and farms, and land. And of course, land, that came in. That brought other dimensions to the whole thing. This is Ventry, and Ventry became known as the centre and citadel of the Protestant mission. Protestantism has taken up her abode there, said somebody. There was only one Catholic house in the village, apparently. That was the story. And these were the buildings, the ones I mentioned, none of which remain today. Well, we'll have a look at what it's like today. The church is gone, the school is gone, the parsonage is gone, and perhaps, well, the cottages are still there, but these are all gone. It's a loss. They're obliterated, you could say, and it's a cultural loss and an architectural loss in some ways as well, material, the buildings. This is another view of the same scene with the same houses, or the same buildings rather, visible there today. The church was there into the 20th century, into the 1960s in fact, and these are some of the colony cottages in Ventry today, still remaining from that time. In Ventry, there was a remarkable man called Tom Moriarty. There are many side routes I can take from here, but I'll have to be brief on it, so I can't say too much about him. Tom Moriarty, remembered as Tomás an Éigig, Lying Tom, Tom of the Lies, which was an epithet pinned to him at the time by clergy. That was something they did, something that has become fashionable again in US politics, finding nicknames for people and splashing them around. So Lying Tom is how he was remembered down through the years, and it dates from that time. He said it himself, ironically, he knew he was called that. He was a magnificent preacher, Tom Moriarty, a Dingle man who had converted of his own instinct. He was one of those independent inquiring minds who searched out and said, the truth for me lies with the Protestant church. And he became a minister, and he was a native Irish speaker, one of the few in Ireland who was a Protestant minister and a fantastic communicator, written and spoken, and he was the white hair boy, on Bootlebawn. He was the poster boy, and he went on speaking tours in Ireland and in England, which raised a lot of money. And they had lots of, a network of women working for them, particularly in postal, getting donations of sixpence and shilling, 1 and 6 and pounds and that kind of thing. And that's what kept them going. The growth was, I think, spectacular, the growth here. So that was Tom Moriarty, revered as well as a kind of a local chieftain by all, regardless of what side you were on. Tom Moriarty, and his brother, two brothers, in fact, who became ministers as well. So he was Mr. Big in Ventry at this time. And one of his dreams was that to make the thing viable, the whole mission viable, was that they had to have clergymen who could speak Irish and who could then minister to the people. And I haven't mentioned Connemara, and I'm not going to, because it was on there as well. This is 1855. He set up a training school, a sort of a junior seminary for people who would, to train boys for the ministry, who would be have spoken Irish and the theology and the foundation to go on to Trinity and become preachers. So the headmaster who was advertised here was going to get a salary of 150 per annum. I think I'll just take a break and say, okay, in 1845, the fateful year, the first year of the Blight, there were 800 converts in total in Corcagina. Many of them were children, so how many were adults? Maybe 400, 300 to 400. They had various names: Cotbrack, Supers, and Perverts, which was the name from the Catholic side. Converts from one side, but to the other side, perverts, and that was not in the sense that we know it now, but that was technically the word. Were they sincere? Were they genuine? Was it all a scam? Were they under pressure? Were they bribed? Maybe in some cases. Most of them, I believe, were sincere. And they made life decisions that brought hardship on themselves. A lot of hardship on themselves. They stood out from the crowd. They joined a minority. But at the same time, their lives were enhanced as well, because there were educational opportunities, of course. There were material supports. There was solidarity. There was novelty. And there was a future for their children. A big, big thing. Who would not want to send their children to school? By the way, national schools and all of that we know when they came into existence, but it took a long time for national schools to be established and up and running and that. So these people were providing an education to all. And above all, of course, the charismatic leaders that I mentioned were there as well. One woman said about it all, "The blessed word caught hold of my heart and would not let it go." And these have the ring of truth, some of these phrases. Our hearts burned within us, they said, when we heard the word. Another woman said to her family who were trying to get her back, she said, "Don't be calling me a turncoat, call me turned heart." So I started off talking about soup and the stomach and what the stomach needs, the bodily needs, but it was the hearts of these people who were changed. This is the beginning now. It got uglier, it got sectarian, and it got vicious, but at the beginning, it's a lovely thought, I think. Another way they put it, one of them says, what am I to do? Because of salvation, the whole salvation thing that I thought about. He said, if I see my neighbor drowning, I have a duty to reach out and save him, even if I have to grab him by the hair of the head. And that's what they said, that's conversion they were talking about. Another one said, if I see my neighbor's house on fire, must I not go and rescue him, and so on. Salvation was part of the whole thing as well. But of course, the whole enterprise led to huge conflict in West Kerry, as you can imagine. Polarizing families, polarizing communities, polarizing villages. It was an underground movement for a while. Wives who had converted were hiding the Bible somewhere. Husbands were hiding the Bible from their wives if they had converted. And if one of them made a decision that the other didn't agree with, families were split. And so there was accusations and actualities of betrayal and disloyalty in spouses and brothers against brothers. And so on, generation against generation. And there were flashpoints, of course, on the religious feasts and the religious occasions, the Lent and the Easter and the Christmas, and so on. And above all, at funerals, when it became a question of where to bury a convert. The rites of the funeral, R-I-T-E-S, the rituals, the prayers that would be said, who would say them? Some of the family wanted Catholic, others the others. And even the rites of where, in fact, to put them in the ground. There's a story that a grave was being dug for a convert, and a woman went to the graveyard and gathered up all the bones that were being exposed, gathered them in her apron, and took them away to another side of the graveyard, saying, I will not allow my ancestors' grave to be contaminated by the body of a convert going in there. I don't have to go into too much detail what kind of a fracture that was in society, what kind of a trauma, social and psychological, for people. You can imagine for yourselves. I haven't mentioned too much about the Catholic clergy. I'll move to those now. It's worth remembering that they were thinly spread. The priests were very thinly spread. They were poorly paid. very poorly paid. You saw the parsonage there that I showed you in Ventry. They were mansions compared to what priests were living. Maybe in Dingletown, the parish priest was a little better off, but the curates had an awful time, and the kind of conditions that they lived in were appalling, and the contrast was immense. As well as that, I think we must remember that catechesis, or in other words, the spread of knowledge of Catholic doctrine was very thin on the ground. Religion was a thin veneer. It was more like what we have now, a cultural Catholicism, than deeply felt. So when beliefs were challenged by the missionaries, the evangelicals, they found that there was thin enough resistance, and they were more persuasive, and they had more money. By gum, they had a lot more money than the Catholic Church had at the time. But the response of the clergy then was denunciations from the altar, tirades from the altar, Sunday after Sunday against the people, so much so that one man said that the chapel on a Sunday had become a bear pit. And some of the clergymen were as equally formidable as the two men I mentioned, Tom Moriarty and Charles Gare, on the other side. One in particular I'll come to in a moment. One of the curses that they imposed on people who had anything to do with the supers was that they would be cursed for 7 generations. And if you took 7 generations, a generation is 25 years, that lasted till 2020, that curse. The nicknames that I told you about earlier on, there was a Father Scollard, and his nickname was Father Scold Hard for his sermons. There was Father Halpin, he was Bully Halpin. Gare was Gare the Betrayer, and so on. These were the nicknames. But there was one in particular, a man called John O'Sullivan, who later distinguished himself as Archdeacon of the Diocese and Parish Priest of Kenmare, and a remarkable supporter of the people during famine times. A remarkable man in general, shortlisted for Bishop of Kerry at one stage. And he, as a young curate in Dingle, instituted the ultimate sanction on one of his congregation, excommunication. Why? She had sent 2 of her children to the Protestant school. And for that, he got out the bell, book and candle and the dark robes, and in a very big public ceremony in Dingle, he read out a dramatic curse, cursing every inch of her carcass, as the phrase went. She was pregnant, and he is said to have cursed the child in her womb. The venom and the vitriol and the terrible denunciation had changed the atmosphere completely, as I said. So excommunication was used. Her name was Ellen Waters, by the way, and he was described in the newspaper as the rampant priest. Another technique that they used was what later became known as boycott. They called it exclusive dealing. Congregations were ordered not to have anything whatsoever to do with converts, in business, in society, Sunday Mass, anything, socializing, lending them a barrow or a bucket or a cart or anything, that had nothing to do with them. And that was very effective, as you can imagine, as well. The bishop had a strategy. There was a fine, young, energetic young priest who recently ordained, who had distinguished himself in other parishes in Kerry. He sent him to Dingle to carry on the fire against the evangelicals. Father Brasby, Dennis Brasby was his name. Dennis Brasby was going through his own personal crisis, and within weeks of arriving in Kilmalcader near Ballyferreter, he announced he was converting to Protestantism. The priest, Dennis Brasby. His story is interesting too. It wasn't a happy life because, of course, he wasn't entirely trusted either by the other side. He finished up in Canada and made a life for himself. But you can imagine all of this, the divisiveness in this. How am I doing for time? Okay. Newspapers got involved. The pulpit war became a media war, and the media were the papers. I won't go and you can see how I've used some of the papers there in this case. One in particular, it also became more international because people heard about Dingle, evangelicals around the world. I'll mention one in particular. Asenath Nicholson came from America, an evangelical herself. She went around Ireland, she wrote books about her travels, and she visited Dingle. She found hospitality was a big thing for her, and she wasn't received hospitably in Dingle, so she wrote critically about it. But to her, she started off saying, "Who has not heard of Dingle, a city on a hill?" It was that kind of beacon for people in the Protestant world. Numerous clergymen came visiting as well. And in the papers that I mentioned, propaganda, of course, was very much part of it. Even the illustrations that I was showing you earlier, they were propaganda as well. They were meant to have an effect. And fake news was very much part of the whole thing too. Moving on then to, I've forgotten what my next slide is. Oh, that's Ventry still. This is where the college was, I imagine. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, yes, the other places around. I'll just flick through these as I'm talking. Dunquin had a schoolhouse. Blasket Island had a school, and that is still there today. This is Blasket Island Evangelical School. The first house on the left as you walk up, with room for a teacher to be accommodated there as well. And they went out from the mainland out to there. This is Dunurlin. This was the name for Ballyferreter. Ballyferreter village had a church, a school, and a glebe, or a parsonage, as it is there. Church is gone, school is gone, there's a house in its place now, but the glebe remains. The left-hand side, the rest is an extension from there. That was the parsonage, built in the 1830s. What a statement in Ballyferreter. One of the priests who was there has left us a description we have a description of his house, and it is unbelievable, the comparison. So power, privilege, elite, everything that went with it. What's not to like about following this crowd, or getting a job with him as part of it as well. Courts got involved as well. Petty sessions in Dingle were riotous affairs, with the priests in attendance and interjecting from time to time. And the assizes in Tralee. Land disputes, as I mentioned, became part of it. Property damage, stone throwing, breaking windows, that kind of thing. And slander. And we come to back to the newspapers now. In 1845, still holding the year there, there was a great libel case. There was one particular newspaper which was run by a sort of a private eye or a Phoenix magazine type of editor, and he was savage in his criticisms of the evangelists, the saints, as you refer to them sarcastically, the so-called saints. Incidentally, there are lots of things that I'll remember afterwards that I should have said. The people we were talking about on both sides were, in many cases, very principled, very idealistic, very religious, men of God, and believed they were doing the right thing on both sides. It's a kind of a cautionary tale, I suppose, to any people who might feel that, that there are no grey areas, that it's all black and white. I'm going to read you some of the phrases that were used by this editor about the evangelicals, and see whether you think it qualifies as hate speech. Yelping curs, diabolical liars, foul-mouthed mongrels and mountebanks, worthless renegades, hypocritical dealers in cant, a tribe of pharisaical traffickers in tea, tracts, and fraud. These wolves in sheep's clothing, a lie is never out of season with them, and so on like this. It's amazing to read it now, and it's the command of English, of course, in the newspapers was fantastic. There were 3 newspapers being published in Tralee at the time, and the Cork Examiner covered the area as well. And they're wonderful to delve into. And they covered, and they corrected each other and challenged each other as well. So it's wonderful to read. But all of this finally resulted in a libel case being taken by Reverend Gare, who said this, enough is enough. He took the editor to court, challenged him with libel, and the court case became a celebrated incident in March of 1845, still before the blight has touched the potato. In the assizes in Tralee. It crystallized everything about the issue, and it allowed the evangelicals to put forward their super defense, and of course they were, as I said, they were great communicators and they got it across extremely well, whereas the people who were brought as evidence for the defense, rather, defending the newspaper, were a bunch of rogues, really. I have to, if you'll pardon the expression, cute whores and reprobates and puppets of the priests and so on. They were an incredible rogues gallery which did nothing at all for their case. And the libel, the editor was found guilty of libel. The priests were present in large numbers, and he as well. It was propaganda gold for the evangelicals. So much so that they reprinted the whole transcript of the trial as a book, and that became this here, with the title "Persecution of Protestants," along with another book, I'll have to go quickly, written by one of the people who was closely involved, the wife of the agent of Lord Ventry, Mrs. D.P. Thompson. These are superb sources of information. Okay, move to 1846. A concerted response from the Catholic Church nationwide, initiated by Dublin barristers associated with none other than Daniel O'Connell. His acolytes, the young men for whom he was the model and the father, they got together and they said something has to be done. They wanted to invite the Vincentian order to come and give a mission in Dingle. Most of you will remember and know what a mission was in our time, a week maybe. The mission in Dingle was held in August, September 1846, 6 weeks. Vincentians, 5 priests, 2 Christian brothers, morning lecture, midday lecture, evening lecture, doctrines of Christianity expounded, and confirmations, communions, and the whole thing. The 5 Vincentians kept a record of it, and we're fortunate to have it. There was an outpouring of fervour and devotion and adulation of the missioners themselves, led by Father McNamara. They were mobbed like rock stars when they were on the streets in Tralee. When it came to leave, they were afraid they wouldn't just get out of Dingle by road, and they came by sea to Cahersiveen. Dingle to Cahersiveen. The 5 of them. But briefly, they stiffened the resolve. It was very much part of. The Protestants often refer to their movement as the Second Reformation. This was the Counter-Reformation, and it stiffened the resolve. But note the date, August, September 1846. The potatoes are already rotting in a way that much more widespread than the previous year. They didn't know what was ahead of them. And these words, salvation, that I talked about earlier on, and the day of judgment, it was in hand for a lot of people. Okay, the missioners came to Cahersiveen. They met none other than Maurice O'Connell, who invited them to Derrynane, here. They stayed here, and doubtless they said Mass here. The 5 Vincentian missioners, for whom this Dingle mission is hugely important in their history as well. And so it's appropriate to be here on today. One last, well, almost the last point then. During the famine, the Protestant clergymen distinguished themselves with their efforts on behalf of the people, the money that they got in. I'll just give you some quotations. Obviously, they built up their own side, but even if what they said was only half true, just think about it. Gare said, "Only for us, everyone on the Blasket Island would have died this year." Think about that. If the Blasket Island had been depopulated in 1846 instead of a century later, and what would have been lost? And even if he was exaggerating, and Gare, in September 1847, Gare said, "I am feeding 3,000 people a day." They weren't being asked to convert. He was feeding all and sundry with the money that they had access to on those times. The numbers of converts are said to have risen to 2,000 during the famine, possibly did, and obviously opportunistic as well. Gare himself died in January 1848 of famine fever, doubtless because of his closeness to the people there. His counterpart, Father Divine, the parish priest in Dingle, died of cholera a year later. And post-famine, just a sentence to say, it went on as before. They were replaced by 2 other men, a new minister, a new parish priest, and they were in Airca Kela at daggers drawn for after that. Just to look at this here, this is from Mrs. Thompson's book. And she says, the strangest about the whole thing, written again in 1845, strangest report, nothing was too absurd for bigotry or credulity to swallow. It was said that anyone willing to become a man of Mr. Gare's, a super, a turncoat, and various names, was immediately bled by Mr. Bear, and Protestant blood was infused into his veins. And that was what happened. This caused a panic among the people and so on. It would have been ludicrous had it not been so solemn. Others were absolutely believed to have been turned by priestly power as a punishment for their heresy into goats. That was the power the people had, turning you into goats. That's not what I want to focus on, though. It's the asterisk and the note at the bottom. Mrs. Thompson explains the term super, and she says it was about a soup kitchen in a town. But there's a handwritten note on this copy which says, "No, I was the first that ever baptized them supers, long before Gare came to Dingle." J.O.S. John O'Sullivan, parish priest of Kenmare, distinguished man in the history of Kenmare. He says, "I coined the term supers many years before the famine and before even Gare came to town." This was a project of Reverend Gare's in 1847. For famine relief, the idea was you had to do work. Work had to be done, and relief was given in consequence. The beacon towers erected by the Reverend Charles Gare before obviously in the end of 1847. These 5 are here at the entrance to Dingle Harbour, which was a blind harbour and could not be seen. Maybe they weren't all built, but some of them were certainly built, and one of them still stands today as a memorial to the famine. He says that they were built, the towers were built at a cost of £834. 200 men a day worked on them, and they got 8 pence a day, and that kept the famine from their door. Was there bribery involved in all of that? Well, people were well disposed to Gare and to others, obviously, for what they'd done and what they'd offered. I think, just to mention, that's my book, Faith and Fury. Local historians have to fight our patch and make sure we're heard. And as if you missed it when it came out 3 years ago, I brought a few copies along today. There's an expression very much used in the West today by young people in all kinds of circumstances. Buen supas. Buen supas. Buen tanavas. Enjoy it. All kinds of circumstances. So all I can say today is that Tasula gonga very good soup as an date.
That was marvellous now. Maurice, thank you very much for 2 brilliant talks. We ranged from the expansiveness of Russia down to the particular of Dingle. So what better way to finish, I think. Are you saying that, Maurice? Maurice is saying that we must finish now. So you can take questions. Take questions at lunchtime from the speakers. I'm sure they'd be delighted, and we'd like to hear lots more. Mary wants to say a few words. Thank you all very much for your attention. Sorry we can't cater for the questions, but the speakers are all around us. Thank you very much.
Now I'm just going to ask you to be patient with me for a few moments, because I suppose the most important part of today to me is to say thank you. And Mirish warns me not to go on, but I'm allowed just for a moment to say, I want to say a huge thank you to our wonderful speakers and our chairs, both the ones that we're going to hear in the afternoon, the wonderful speakers yesterday. I think everyone, I never heard so many compliments of all of the speakers and the chairs. I just want to say a huge thank you from all of us present from the committee. Thank you for coming, thank you for being present, and thank you for all the work you put into all of your lectures. I think we're all going to be thinking about them, and I know they're going to be watched online for a long time to come, and they were indeed, in all cases, inspirational. And of course, the person who invites you all here, who each year manages to create a programme that's even more exciting than the last one, and that is Mirish. Your applause says it all. I can't speak highly enough of him, nor can the committee. We love working with him. We treasure him. He comes from this area, from Ivara, and over the last 13 years, I know we miss one because of COVID, the amount of work he has put in. It starts next week into this programme. So what he does for South Kerry, by keeping the name of Daniel O'Connell alive, but not alone that, all the work he does for this area, for Ivara, I say a thank you on behalf of all of us, Mirish. God bless you, and mind yourself. Thank you. To the OPW, to Chris. Mirish spoke beautifully this morning. I can never thank him enough. He opened doors that were closed to me. And he made it so easy. At a time when I thought I'd lost the hope of having, God rest Michael and Mary Maher. I remember in the first schools, they giving out to me. I mean, Michael gave out to me every year and said, what is that doing over in the hotel with you? That should be in Derrynane House. And I thought, if only. And I like to think that in memory of them and their work and love of the place, that it's now here. But that is solely down to one person, and that is Chris O'Neill. We will... I will certainly miss him so much. He promises to call in for a coffee to me and Tralee, but I treasure his friendship and his wisdom, which he now imparts to me in my new role. And thank you, Chris. May God bless you and take care of you, and every good wish to you and your family. To all the team here in Derrynane House, I think the Moran family play a huge role here, and the O'Shea family with James. I think the work they do daily, I always say this, to tell the story of O'Connell with such care and such passion. Huge thank you to Anne-Marie. This would be impossible without her. It's a phone call now for me. Can you imagine? It was maybe 10 meetings in the year. Now it's a phone call, and Anne-Marie creates all this for me, makes it so easy. I'm so grateful to her, especially this year, which I know was a difficult year for her and her family. So thank you, Anne-Marie. To all the guides, to Gerard, to Declan, to Sophie, to Adrian, to Bridget, thank you for all your support and all your kindness and all the work you do here all the time. There's one person I truly want to mention as well, and that is this wonderful National Historic Park. There's detail in that. It was always called the Derrynane Historic Park, and John O'Donoghue, who did so much work, and we're delighted is here with us today, will tell you the job it was to have it known as a national park. And now it is, and rightly so. And that again is down to Chris, so we're delighted with that. But the lead person here for the last 49 years and 4 months has been James O'Shea. James, we can never thank you enough, because every time, and I get emotional in this because as a small child, and my late brother Brendan used to call into the stables on his way to work and have a cup of tea. And James, when we lost him at the tender age of 20, James planted a tree in the national park in memory of him, and that is 42 years ago. But his care for the park, for the people of Caherdaniel, for the community of Caherdaniel, everything he has done, we pay tribute to and thank him. And for his team, I know John and Michael Moran and Chris will carry on that legacy, but what a legacy he has left us. And I know he's very, very modest to himself and Margaret and his girls. I wish them every good wish in their retirement, and again, I thank them. From a practical level here, I suppose the most important element of any conference or any event is sound. And to John and James and Craig, who's doing the work online so that we can all watch this when we're very, very old and say, my God, did we really do this? And to Linda Forum, who looks after our website. And I must mention Ruth Barrington always helps us so much with that. She can't be with us in this school, and we send her our best. But to John and James, thank you so much. You do a tremendous job. And we're very grateful. Christy O'Riordan, who takes all the glorious pictures that we enjoy. Christy, I know it's been a difficult year for you. We're very glad to have you. I hope you're assured of our friendship and our gratitude. Thank you, Christy. The press, Radio Kerry, Radio na Gaeltachta, the Kerryman, Kerry Zai, Breda Joy, Barry Roach of the Irish Times. Without you telling the message, it wouldn't be as easy. So we are grateful to you also. To all in our more tea rooms, Deirdre and John and their team, you are just amazing the way you just turn everything around for us. And I know how hard that is with so many numbers, but we are all grateful for the lovely food you give us and the care you take of us and the welcome each year. And we're thinking of you all, especially this week. So thank you. The O'Connell family, who without them, we wouldn't be here today. And I think we always, I certainly do, and my family does, have to remember that. So we're in this place and we get to enjoy this place because of the generosity of them in giving it to the state. And every single year, Kathy and Daniel, Emily and Peter attend. And we are so grateful to have you here. And as I watched yesterday, I thought you know, look at history and to think that the great-great-great-grandchildren of Daniel O'Connell are in our midst. Thank you. And of course, our sponsors. Siobhan and Dermot are at Coldplay. Siobhan and Dermot Walsh of Carsavine, it's their first time missing it. Mirish was upset, but I explained to him that, well, they had to go to Coldplay. So we hope they're having a wonderful time. But again, a small business in Carsavine assists so many businesses, so many events, I should say, as do a lot of other businesses. I know Willie O'Driscoll helps us, and a lot of the smaller businesses help us. And we are so grateful, because it's very hard in that bottom line to get that amount of money to keep us all going. Kerry County Council support us. We're deeply grateful to Niamh O'Sullivan and Angela McCallan, who herself is from the area, directors who would like to have been here, but I believe are also at Coldplay. But we are grateful. We're also very grateful to FESCO, to Glasnevin. We're delighted to have Eva Waters, their CEO, present here today, and she's going to speak to us in the afternoon. But we love the relationship, the fact that it's your big day every May. You include us. I know Mirish has spoken at us a few times. It's a relationship we treasure, Aoife, and thank you. What can I say about our committee? Phil O'Neill has been with me all the way through. Philomena is wonderful. She's our treasurer. She's meticulous about everything she does. She's there at the desk every day. Hard work during the year. She takes people who don't want to book online. Phil, thank you for everything you do. To Christy O'Connell, who organises the event in the field every year. Such a popular event. Again, an awful lot of work goes into that, Christy. Christy, we're so grateful, and thank you for all that you do. I've mentioned Ruth and, of course, Mirish. Mirish's sister, came to our aid this weekend, and we're deeply grateful for that. I'm terrified I've forgotten somebody, but I hope I haven't. But to you all who show up every single year and keep us going, thank you for being here. Your numbers encourage us to go on, as we do plan to retire soon, as soon as Mirish allows me to. But we will pass it on to people who will take great care of it. But to all of you for your kind words, for being present, thank you. God bless you, and look after each other. And I have to mention one very special person who was there for the old school as well, and that's Paddy Bush. Paddy, what an honour it was yesterday to see you receiving the award. So deserved. I hope you know how much we care for you. We wish you well. We're delighted at your book, and thank you for the gift of yours that you gave to me this morning. I will always treasure it. And here it is, and it is for sale out at the front with his lovely son, Éanna. So take care, Paddy, and we're just so proud that you're the recipient this year of the Daniel O'Connell Award. God bless you. So lunch awaits us all, and I know I'm looking forward to it. And we resume at 2 o'clock for a lovely afternoon. So take care. Mirish? Sorry, Michael? Yeah?
Just tell a short story.
Yes.
With what Chris was talking about.
Come on up. Come up, Michael.
Catholic priest warning people that they've been turning into goats.
Yes.
And it might be with a real happening, which happened in our parish in Drummond, when there was a biddy ball held in the 1960s. And our parish priest at the time, he was parish priest of Drummond from 54 to 68, Michael F. Dennehy, who became parish priest in Carsavine in 1968 and was called Canon Michael F. Dennehy. But during the late 50s and 60s, he led a campaign against the house biddy balls, which he more or less cursed people. He went to one family in particular, and he told them if it was ever repeated again, he would go into their yard, he would curse their stock, he would curse their tillage, and he would curse the families. But in this particular day in Kishlach School, which was used as a church in 1963. He gave a desperate sermon about the carry on in such a house, that there was fornication and so on, completely imaginary. But there was an elderly man, also called Michael Hallisey, who was second cousin of my father. And he was coming out the steps with Michal Welch, who happens to be the father of Kathleen Brunach. And Michal says to him as he came out the steps, he said, "What did you think of that, Mike?" "Well, Christ," he said, "we were damn lucky he didn't turn us into goats."
Good afternoon, everybody. Agus tá fáilte roimh ar eisteiréis an lón, Tásúla gom gur isisih agus gur ról sibh bhúr nóhin, agus mar a Derrynane teannach le nuair a bhín an bollag lán is mai leis na canábheith síne. All right, so dúsígi, mar níl dearráte fós, we're not quite there yet. We have two very engaging speakers yet to come, namely Aoife Waters and Charles Lycett. I'll begin by introducing Aoife Waters. Aoife is a graduate of Trinity College in Dublin. She has a background in accountancy. She's a member of the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants. She has worked for a number of charitable organizations at an executive level. And in 2018, she was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of the Dublin Cemeteries Trust, being the first female Chief Executive Officer of that organization. Also, Aoife, in that role, is, I suppose, the custodian of a great legacy of history and heritage, and has responsibility for a thriving visitor centre and education centre. As a primary school teacher, I can testify that the school tour of Glasnevin Cemetery is the choice of the discerning primary school student. And chatting with Aoife beforehand, she tells me that 175,000 primary school children have attended school tours in Glasnevin Cemetery over the last number of years. Just in case you were tempted, any of the wits and wags in the audience, to share some witty remarks about working in a cemetery, Aoife asks me to assure you that she has heard them all, that she is aware that Glasnevin Cemetery is the dead centre of the town, that no, she doesn't have any complaints from her residents, and that Aoife will be the last person to let you down. Aoife's talk is entitled O'Connell to crematoriums, and we look forward very much to her remarks, and I will leave it there now and say, Aoife, the floor is yours, and Curragee Fáilte Riv, Aoife Waters, please.
Yeah, I promise there'll be no more death jokes, promise. Thank you so much for the intro, Murish, and what an absolute pleasure and privilege it is to be here. I'm absolutely delighted and honoured, and thank you so much to Morris and to Mary and to the O'Connell family. It's great to see you. Also, as the #1 fan, I believe, of Daniel O'Connell, what a joy to be in Derrynane. It's just incredible. So, yes, maybe a strange topic. I hope it's not going to be too strange, and I hope I get to explain it properly. But I want to talk about how we've moved from tradition to modernity in cemeteries management, with O'Connell as the continuing theme throughout. So, Daniel O'Connell, he's a very, very important figure for us in Dublin Cemeteries Trust, not alone because he's buried in the cemetery, and he's memorialised by the tallest round tower in Ireland, here we go, but also because of his role in the foundation of our organisation. O'Connell's vision of a non-denominational burial space where people of all religions and none could be buried and remembered with dignity and respect is such an important founding ethos that we are so proud to honour to this day. His work and that of his supporters laid the foundations of our charitable body, and the Dublin Cemeteries Trust of today is a living example of not just his words, but his actions and his pragmatism. Some of you here today may be familiar with the background to the foundation of Glasnevin Cemetery, which is now Ireland's largest burial space. From the time of the Reformation, Roman Catholics in Ireland had no formal control or influence over the places in which they were buried. Limitations could be placed at any time on their freedom of religious expression and the performance of burial rites. This situation continued until the early 19th century, when a funeral in Dublin marked the beginning of a significant change and led to the establishment of Glasnevin Cemetery. In 1823, September, the funeral of Arthur Darcy took place in St. Kevin's Churchyard in Dublin. The funeral was attended by a large crowd. He was certainly a well-known and respected businessman, and his death, which was a fall from a horse, had been thoroughly unexpected. Darcy and his family were also politically active and supporters of O'Connell and his Catholic Association, who were advocating for greater religious freedoms and rights. As the mourners and members of the Catholic clergy at the funeral encircled the grave to recite prayers, led by Michael Blake, they were interrupted by the sexton of the parish, William B. Dunn. He insisted that they must not say any prayers at the graveside in accordance with the law. After a terse exchange of views, the mourners and clergy departed the scene. But this incident led to a burials dispute in which O'Connell, naturally, took a prominent role. In a speech to the Catholic Association on the 3rd of November, 1823, O'Connell recognised the possibilities. He believed that this was a chance to advance Catholic and other religious rights. He duly called for a campaign to open a new burial space in which those of different religions could be buried according to their beliefs. This campaign was ultimately successful and led to the foundation of two cemeteries. The first was Golden Bridge in 1828, and the second Glasnevin in 1832. The latter would grow to become the largest cemetery on the island. And in our era, Glasnevin Cemetery is a place of extraordinary social, historical, cultural significance, which has earned it the title Ireland's National Cemetery, and represents a key part of the social history of Dublin and the island. The work of O'Connell and his supporters led concurrently to the establishment of the so-called Burials Ground Committee, later Dublin Cemeteries Trust, of which I am now CEO. From its very beginning, Glasnevin Cemetery had been a place of equality and equals, and O'Connell's vision continues to guide our modern-day decision-making 177 years after his death. Our organisation owes itself to O'Connell's activism, his forward thinking, his dedication to a pluralist view of how Ireland should develop. It is really hard to imagine now, but once Glasnevin was nothing more than a field in then rural Dublin. For anybody to transform this into what we see now is nothing short of incredible. However, O'Connell also had the vision and drive to overcome the sectarian political obstacles. He ensured that the new cemetery ethos would not mirror the restrictions of the existing draconian penal laws by confining it to Catholic burials only. This approach not only ensured equitable treatment in the context of burial and funeral rites, it was designed as a place that was reflective of all things that made the island of Ireland what it was and is. This cemetery is a material, tangible legacy of that vision. So it would be very easy to say that 1832 and the foundation of Glasnevin marked the establishment of a new burial space, and this was guaranteed to be a success. However, let's pause, because to do so would be to look at the cemetery's history with the bias of hindsight. As the CEO of an organisation that runs 5 cemeteries and 3 crematoria, I know only too well the challenges faced in this area. So if we step back and consider the actual challenges that faced O'Connell and his supporters, we can gain a greater insight in what was utterly, I would argue, a remarkable achievement in the early 19th century. I'll do that now, but I'll also give a sense of what relevance that has today and how that ethos originally instilled in the organisation from O'Connell's time lives on. Firstly, in thinking about what was achieved, let's ask the question, what was O'Connell asking people to do? And what had to be done to achieve it? The local churchyard, the ground adjacent to the place of worship, was a space in which traditional burial had taken place for centuries. In the urban context, these were generally within the city. They were close to the houses and abodes of those who utilised them. People were naturally attached to these burial sites, the place in which their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents were buried, and they were integrated fully into the community. Yet those with foresight knew that it was a model of burial that could not be maintained. Changes in urban population and how the dead body was viewed from a medical perspective at the time means that alterations in burial practices were inevitable. The coming cultural shift had been happening in Europe since the foundation of Père Lachaise Cemetery in France in 1804. And however, what O'Connell did at the time was not just to anticipate that change in Ireland, but to drive it, and he looked abroad for solutions. So in the early 19th century, the cemetery had a distinct disadvantage compared to churchyards in a number of respects. Firstly, aside from being a novel concept, it was by its very nature located well outside the city, and people were required to make a journey to it. Secondly, it was a vast space where one could easily have difficulty in locating a grave. It was a landscape that did not have the familiarity of a long-established familial burial space. There were some of the issues that the O'Connellite founders were facing at the time, but they also grappled, which is kind of hard for me to imagine now, with the very, very basic problem of not having any experience in managing a burial space and how to run it. So to combat these wider cultural worries, they adopted various measures. So in order to make the cemetery more attractive and worth the journey from the city, they adopted the garden cemetery model. This concept, with its emphasis on horticulture, art, and architecture, made the cemetery a more appealing concept than the overcrowded churchyard at the time. The garden cemetery movement responded to the dual need for both a burial space and a beautiful surrounding, and where city folk could take a walk on a Sunday in industrializing urban centres from the late 18th and early 19th centuries onwards. Other examples include the grand Victorian cemeteries which encircled London, including Highgate Cemetery, and these were collectively known and still known as the Magnificent Seven. During the Victorian era, when great gains were made in terms of public health and sanitation, cemeteries were part of those responses to urban living and dying. So, in order to combat concerns about the future identification of grave locations, they also had to innovate. Committee member Matthias J. O'Kelly, former secretary of the Catholic Association and friend of O'Connell, developed the formula for this process. It consisted of a grid reference system with individual letters in alphabetical order progressing east to west, and a sequential numbering system running north to south. A form of this system was originally adopted for Golden Bridge, and it was refined for Glasnevin. The Freeman's Journal noted that thanks to O'Kelly's innovation, the friends of anyone who may be buried here can, in a century hence, ascertain in a moment where the ashes of their relatives lie. And that's a direct quote. And I can absolutely attest to that still being the case today. So though more research remains to be carried out, undoubtedly there were transnational influences present in the establishment of Glasnevin. This is partly seen through the way that O'Connell foresaw the political potential of the cemetery model in gathering together what they described as illustrious figures. The Cemetery Committee not only established the foundation for the Irish pantheon, but also enhanced the prestige of the cemetery. The intention was to use the newly established space to impart a sense of nationhood and develop a realm of memory in a national cemetery and in a form that was inconceivable in the churchyard era. This was a new idea, but one, yet again, can be traced to revolutionary France. When we put all of these things side by side, they might today be considered in modern parlance as market disruption, product innovation, benchmarking on an international level, and a dedication to commercial excellence. Of course, now we know that this O'Connell-like project was successful, but this can make us overlook the great barriers that existed and the vision and innovation that was required to arrive at this point. This was a cultural shift in urban death and mourning practices that must not be underestimated. To bring this to the present day, we are also similarly seeing a new shift in such practices. One, I would strongly argue, is the greatest that we have seen since the time of O'Connell and the foundation of Glasnevin. The funeral service sector evolves in such very small windows, but those short evolutionary periods bring changes that last generations. Our challenge is to identify new cultural trends and changing consumer expectations. Society is certainly at a cultural tipping point, in my view, across many aspects of life, which is influencing what people want from their funeral services provider. And as the leading provider in the Greater Dublin area, we must innovate and adapt our offering to ensure it meets the changes and needs of an emerging market. Throughout the history of the Trust, we have had to innovate, adapt, be at the forefront of change, and to ensure the ongoing essential role as a provider of burial and cremation services for the public. A discussion about cremation, believe it or not, first took place at committee level within the Trust in 1906, but though certainly back then it would have been inconceivable that it would have been adopted in Ireland. Indeed, it was still an unusual idea when the Trust established the first crematorium in the Republic of Ireland in 1982. To introduce cremation to Ireland 42 years ago would have been seen as experimental and highly innovative at the time. This decision was considered risky and not unanimous initially at committee level. It was a deliberate move, however, to deliver an alternative for the Irish people. So, demand was only beginning to grow in the 1980s, but has grown significantly in subsequent years. We've since established 2 other crematoria across North and South Dublin, Newlands in 2001 and Dardistown in 2016. And in recent years, there's certainly been a strong move towards cremation. We have found, in particular, during and after the COVID years, that the demand for cremation has increased rapidly. Dublin Cemeteries Trust has navigated the significant challenges posed by COVID-19 extremely well throughout the pandemic period, which brought obviously considerable disruption to society and the workplace. We, along with many others, rose to this challenge in an innovative, value-driven and safe manner. We also participated in multidisciplinary government-led COVID think tanks. The level of intensity of our work as an essential service provider at the time was both transformative and unprecedented in living memory. And that word unprecedented was heavily used during COVID, if you remember. So I need to kind of make the really big cautionary comment around it was unprecedented in living memory because, of course, in the past, the cemetery had to deal with epidemics, pandemics, and other diseases, cholera, smallpox, famine in the 19th century, influenza in the 20th century, but like other challenges, these are now being dealt with in a new and modern way. During the darkest days of COVID, we were proud to continue to provide our essential services uninterrupted throughout. It's important to note that when we deal with the dead in Glasnevin and elsewhere, we do so in the service of the living. For society as a whole and for the individual families who are grieving, we tried to balance the needs of the living with the needs of the dead. We preserved as many elements of the rituals surrounding death and burial as were safe to do so. We continued to hold socially distant, remember that expression, socially distant services throughout this period, and we introduced streamlined services for those who could not attend in person. In this time, when families could not have been with their loved ones as they passed, when sometimes families may not have been able to see their loved ones in a coffin, we tried to provide a semblance of normality in facilitating small funeral services within HSE guidelines. There's another blast from the past expression, but in each of our cemeteries. So what I want to do now is just to, in a little bit more detail, look at the trends. So I have 3 charts to show you, and I think they're really interesting. So let's look at these trends, okay? So this is the rate of the demand for burial versus cremations in Ireland. So the blue line at the top is cremation, and the green line at the bottom is burials, and I've shown it over the period from 2010 to 2013. So what you'll see now is in 2010, 1 in every family was opting for cremation. In 2023, nationally, 3 out of every 10 families are opting for cremation. So how does that map against the international perspective? So these are some countries I've selected just to kind of give you a sense of how we're comparing. So what we really notice here, I think, is that you'll see Italy has pretty much moved in the same trajectory during this period as Ireland, okay? So it's tripled pretty much. So you've got Italy going from 13 to 38.16%. Well, my accountant did this chart, so we should have got rid of those decimal points. And Ireland's gone from 11 to 29, so very, very similar rate of increase. What you'll also see is countries with higher rates are showing kind of signs of leveling off. You'll see the UK through the same period has gone from 73 to 80. You'll see New Zealand is going from 72 to 75. Clearly, Japan is almost entirely a country that favours cremation. But, you know, I really feel that these trends are pointing us towards how we consider our future developments. And there's our own experience. So this is our organisation, and you'll see that it's very different to the national picture. So what is interesting to note is in 2023, the full year last year, 7 out of every 10 families were coming to us for cremation, and only 3 opting for burial, because obviously we provide both. Like that's the complete opposite to the national picture. If you remember, that was 3-7, this is 7-3. So what I would argue strongly is that this is influenced by our specialism in the area, the fact that we were the first, the fact we were the innovator, and I suppose as well, it's an urban phenomena because we know that there's increased scarcity of space in urban areas. So I think there's several reasons put forward as to why the demand for cremation has continued to grow so rapidly, and I'm just going to touch on those now, if I may. Overall, the public perception of cremation has changed significantly in Ireland in recent decades. One of the main reasons for this is the way in which the Catholic Church and the position of the Catholic Church has moved and evolved on cremation. We're becoming certainly a more secular and diverse society. More people are exploring cremation for their loved ones or themselves. In the post-COVID era, there's certainly more exposure to cremation. The more people are exposed to it, the more they learn about it, the more likely they are to consider it for their own family. Ireland's following the trends of other European countries that have introduced cremation. With a lower environmental footprint geographically, it sees growth mainly in the urban areas and up to 85% in London, for example. And this is due to many factors, including older graveyards reaching capacity, limited space available for ongoing cemetery development, but also the choice of cremation is seen to be less about religious beliefs now and spiritual beliefs. From a service point of view, there's an option to blend both church and humanist service. The overall cremation experience is certainly more customizable. Families can celebrate and commemorate their loved ones in a very individual way, and increasingly we see bespoke approaches to this. There's a large range of options in memorialization, from fixed or permanent plots or gardens akin to a burial site to multiple sites and keepsakes. And finally, I suppose demographically, people are becoming more mobile. Families are less nuclear. We see families spreading out more, and what was previously seen as the family plot is no longer making sense to people. So cremation provides the opportunity to have more than one memorial site. So certainly all the indications are that the number of people choosing cremation over burial will continue to grow as our society continues to change and become more diverse. So the factors that are already driving this demand are expected to be more pronounced in the years ahead. I can certainly see a significant higher number of cremations in the next 5 to 10 years. I also see families getting more involved in planning the funerals of their loved ones or even their own. So how does this impact on the Trust's approach to ongoing development and innovation? Our responsibility, I would argue, is to continuously drive our services to respond to emerging needs. Similar to the foresight shown by O'Connell and others in the 19th century, that the traditional churchyard mode of burial could not be maintained, we must now demonstrate that foresight in acknowledging the challenging geographical footprint in burial in modern Ireland and come up with alternatives. So I'm going to just consider these very briefly in terms of what we're doing to accommodate that. So guidance and the celebration of life, if I just dwell on that first. The decision of whether to bury or cremate our dead is one of the most consequential. Ultimately, it comes down to personal preferences and knowing the options. Our aim is to provide families with as much choice and guidance as possible. Now and into the future. We believe COVID-19 has certainly changed the public's perception of planning for and also discussing death. It's important that we share our experience and we take our position as a national thought leader in this area. It's often been said that Irish people do funerals very well. Rituals around death and dying are so very important to us. And it's comforting knowing that social and cultural rituals around death are very resilient. Of course, our culture of dying and death has survived famine, epidemics and pandemics, as I mentioned earlier. The past shows us that our inclination to come together at times of loss persists. We surround ourselves with family and community at these times to witness our loss and support us in our pain. This has to drive how we develop our services. Similar to a church funeral, the cremation service can play a central role in this, either in conjunction with a religious service or separately. We're offering increased flexibility in this area in terms of timing and service slots to suit all. We're also seeing families becoming more involved, as I mentioned earlier, in planning their loved one's funeral. And we are providing guidance around that, where people are using personalized content such as photos, videos, music, and increasingly social and digital content. Regarding the reimagining of space, I suppose as a country we have a very strong tradition of grave visits as a means of remembering our loved one and honouring their lives. Having a peaceful place to physically visit is so important to so many people. So we've established stunning new memorial gardens for ashes alongside burial areas to provide a beautiful space to go for just that remembrance and reflection in a tranquil setting surrounded by nature and colour. These are all sympathetically landscaped and offer several options, such as memorial stones, niches, columbarium walls, etc. But our current project is focused on the stunning site adjacent to the chapel in Glasnevin Cemetery. We acknowledge the high demand for these offerings, and I suppose we're just constantly listening and developing and responding to provide those beautiful choices. There's some photos for you. It's not a sales spiel. They're not available outside for sale. It's not a book. So traditionally, ashes were either stored in an urn or perhaps a small wooden casket, or they were scattered by the family in a scenic spot, in a place where their loved one had attachment to, perhaps. But nowadays, the range of options for ashes is continuously changing and becoming more expressive and creative, and I think a lot of people are not aware of this. We provide a range of options, obviously keepsakes and jewellery, we're looking to consider future developments in this area, such as scatter lawns and more increasingly eco approaches. But there's lots of small businesses and artistic individuals who are offering further creative ideas, such as having ashes pressed into a vinyl album, putting them into special walking sticks, planting a tree over a biodegradable urn, mixing, this one is, I just can't get my head around this one, mixing some of the ashes into tattoo ink to have a tattoo, adding them as sand in an hourglass, and this is my favorite, even creating a diamond from the ashes. So in terms of social responsibility, I want to touch on that because it's very, very important to me to acknowledge that our organisation exists to serve the community, and that's the community of the living and the dead. A significant part of our role today is to preserve and promote the history and heritage of this cemetery and to take care of the memory of those who are interred within it. Behind every name, beneath every headstone, there's a story of a life lived, loves, traumas, deaths, tragedy, and by exploring these stories, we can experience Irish history in such an accessible manner and explore dramatic events that have influenced the direction of modern Ireland. as the cemetery is the final resting place of almost 1.5 million people, which is more than is living in Dublin today. There's 1.4 million people living in Dublin. So yeah, absolutely, it is the city of the dead. But there are certainly lots of stories to explore. Not a sales spiel, but I do need to acknowledge it because I'm so very proud of our team. Our award-winning walking tours are complemented by the recently upgraded 198 step O'Connell Tower climb. So if anybody wants to respond to the challenge, there's the gauntlet going down to 198 steps. 6 landings, lots of time to reflect and pause. We've established a centre of excellence in education and heritage, providing tours and teaching on key elements of the school's history curriculum. And this, you've acknowledged, Marisha, since this programme began, we've a whopping 175,000 students have visited the site, and I'm really proud that many of them are from DEIS schools as well. And obviously all of our educational programmes are backed by our really, really positive relationship with Trinity and the Marino Institute of Education. So one of the other key areas, I suppose, is sustainability. In my view, this is one of the critical issues of our time. Our vision is to preserve the history of past generations, serve the needs of the present generation, and provide a legacy for future generations. So in absolute essence, this mission is effectively sustainability in action. As an independent charity, we ensure that the Trust's sustainability is maintained by diverting all surpluses back into the maintenance and upkeep of the cemetery, into the protection and preservation of our extensive archive records and obviously our education heritage programme. So the Trust is ultimately fundamentally committed to the environment. With over 250 acres under our management and alongside the Botanic Gardens responsible for Dublin's largest green space, second largest green space after the Phoenix Park, we protect and plant with many years to come. In 2023 to 24, I've been instrumental with the board in trying to accelerate this programme. I'm not going to go through this in detail with you, but we're setting out a plan for improvements and investments. We've committed to ensuring that everything we look at now has that environmental lens placed upon it. What I do want to draw your attention to is we didn't just start this last year. We've been doing this for a long, long time, back to 2006 in particular. I'm really proud in 21 that we planted 700 trees that year. So this programme is, for me, hugely, hugely important. Some of our key initiatives is reduced emissions from fossil fuel use, building upgrades, waste recycling, continued biodiversity efforts through a significant volume of tree planting, rewilding, beekeeping, something that we're looking at in partnership with the botanics, and obviously reducing herbicides and increasing the use of water harvesting. In particular, there has been increased focus on cremation technology to minimise emissions into the environment, and we've invested in lower emission and fully abated cremators in recent years using extensive filtration systems to reduce any adverse emissions. What I really am very proud of, and I wanted to flag for you today, so you'll see in 24 we have a new cremator. So I'm delighted to announce that we have now invested in the first ever electric cremator on the island of Ireland. So this was installed in the summer. It's now running very well, running successfully. We're very, very proud of this achievement. It ensures zero emissions into the environment and over 50% reduction in our CO2 footprint. So we know there's an inevitable set of alternatives coming down the line that we need to keep an eye on. Adapting and adjusting is very important to us. So we want to adopt the mantle of innovator and leader. We want to continually keep abreast of environmental initiatives at national and local level. So looking abroad, following O'Connell's footsteps, we're looking abroad to benchmark our services against highest quality international providers. It's essential that we continue to innovate to remain relevant and responsive. Through information sharing and experience with other cemeteries and crematoria transnationally, we can anticipate new trends. And we can ensure that our organisation remains in existence for another 200 years. We're only too aware, I suppose, of comparable cemeteries that were established at a similar time to Glasnevin Cemetery, which are no longer active, or some of them have been preserved as local nature reserves, Abney Park and Stoke Newington, for example, or in some cases closed and levelled, such as the Low Hill in Glasnevin, or the Low Hill in Liverpool. So just in terms of concluding now, just to finish, O'Connell's vision underpins the ethos and framework under which we still operate, with a focus on sustainability, leadership, equitable treatment, and compassion. We embrace our responsibility to use our voice with authority, taking a role in civil society, being able to communicate our experience and providing services which deliver impact for all. We must strike the balance between the past, the present, and the future, modernising while protecting our almost 200-year history. The fundamental challenge has not changed since our founders' time. How do we ensure that the cemeteries are viable, thrive, have something to hand on? Cremation and innovation ensures our sustainability in a way that could not have been imagined previously, and delivers longevity for the benefit of those communities of the past, present, and future. We have followed in O'Connell's footsteps. We have followed O'Connell's ethos. We have developed a culture which I would argue strongly is brave, innovative, and at the forefront and cutting edge of burial and cremation services in response to emerging societal demands. Today, we don't see ourselves as working in O'Connell's shadow, but rather continuing the pathway he mapped out for us. Our innovative focus directly circles back to O'Connell and his fellow founders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aoife, for that wonderfully illuminating and insightful talk. The multifaceted nature of your responsibility and that of your team is bewildering. You took us from the foresight and the pragmatism of O'Connell to the modern workings of the Cemeteries Trust, and we are assured that the Trust is in safe hands as you enter your second bicentenary. So congratulations and well done again. Our second speaker and our final speaker this afternoon is Charles Lysett. Charles is a graduate of Trinity College in Dublin. He is a lifelong cricket enthusiast, a barrister, a Dubliner. He has lectured in law both in Ireland and in Britain. He is a writer, a historian, and an acclaimed biographer. His biography of Brendan Bracken, the Irish-born Catholic and only Irish-born and Catholic member of any British cabinet in the 20th century, who served as Minister for Education, Minister for Information during Churchill in the war years. He also has edited a collection of Irish biographies entitled Great Irish Lives. So, Curgi Fáilte Inish Rimish Charles Lysett, whose talk is entitled The Memory of Daniel O'Connell. So, Bullabas Moore, Charles.
Diolch Garabal gada mi irish. Ní raibh mé ag choláiste nó trinóda. Dúirt an Archbishop ní raibh sé cát dalgadí an choláiste sin. So bhí mé ag UCD agus Alscal Cambridge. Ní raibh mé ag trinóda. So I'm thrilled, I have to say, to be, can you hear me? To be back in Derrynane, and I'm really honoured to be invited by my friend Maurice Brick to address this school. My last visit here was in the old century in 1997, when I stayed with Professor Maurice O'Connell and his wife Betty in a house on the grounds that the family had retained. and to be shown round by Morris was a memorable, not to say an emotional experience. I remember that day he was very full of de Gaulle's visit years before. When de Gaulle ceased to be President of France, as you recall, he took an aeroplane to Cork and made straight for this place. And he read that particular, the people of Ireland, Morris told me he read every word of that address which O'Connell gave in the aftermath of his trial when he was convicted by a rigged jury in Dublin in 1843. And the lines, of course, no riot, no tumult, no blow, no violence. The ultimate statement of the non-violent tradition of Irish nationalism. Now, nobody did more to preserve the memory of his great ancestor, celebrated by this school, than did Professor Morris. He edited with the assistance of his, I think, fourth cousin, Derrynane, who was descended from a sister of O'Connell. He edited the correspondence of Daniel O'Connell. These letters give an immediate, vivid insight into the humanity and immensity of the man, as well as illuminating the vicissitudes of his career. And I recommend you all to read some of them. They're quite wonderful. Professor Morris was the great-grandson of Daniel O'Connell, descended from his eldest son, Morris. His own father, who was also Morris, served in the Great War and then joined the Irish Free State Army at the time of independence and retired with the rank of captain in 1946. He married an O'Connell from Cork, who was not a traceable relation, and they had 5 children. Morris was the 3rd child and second son, and he went to school at Belvedere in the 1930s, where he encountered a lay history teacher who shared the prejudice against O'Connell that was common among those who approved of the revolutionary Sinn Féin movement. They could not forgive O'Connell for his total rejection of violence to achieve independence, his loyalty to the Queen, and his indifference to the preservation of the Irish language, which of course Cantor os Gaeilge Galifa Bae. He was a fluent Gaelic speaker, more than I am. And their heroes were Wolfe Tone, Robert Emmet, the more violent of the United Irelanders, the Fenians, and those who fought in the Easter Week Rebellion and its aftermath. The experience with this teacher in Belvedere did not fortunately quench Morris's interest in history and in his ancestor. While working got a post as an official and clerk in the Bank of Ireland. While doing that, he took an evening degree in history in UCD and ended up with a first-class master's degree. Then he got a scholarship to the University of Pennsylvania in America, got a doctorate, taught at the University of Portland in Oregon, and ended up a professor of history at Fordham University, where he remained until his retirement in 1967. And he had married Betty McCann in 1962. Now, Morris loved America and was proud of the link that his ancestors' opposition to slavery gave him with the black population. Once, when he was accosted by a black man with a knife who demanded his wallet, he agreed to the man's demands, but told him that he should not be earning a living in that way, as he would end up in prison. They ended up having a cup of coffee together. And that was typical Morris. His openness to all comers, unworldliness and reasonableness were very winning. He returned to Ireland each summer for 3 months and conducted a relentless search for O'Connell's correspondence that bore fruit in the 8 volumes published by the Irish Manuscripts Commission in the 1970s. He rejoiced that O'Connell's reputation had recovered from the low ebb to which it had fallen around the time of Irish independence and immediately afterwards. A sign of that rehabilitation was the acquisition of this house by the state in 1963. It was then in the care of the Derrynane Trust, which had been established around the centenary of O'Connell's death in 1947, under the leadership of Kerry-born Dublin businessman Dennis Guiney of Clearys. The house and grounds had been gifted to the trust by Captain Morris O'Connell, Professor Morris's father, with a view to making it a museum. It was opened to the public by President De Valera on the 20th of August 1967, in great sunshine like today, I believe. And those present included Captain O'Connell and his 5 children. Mass was said here in this chapel by his son John, who was a priest of the Archdiocese of Westminster. And in his address, President De Valera confessed that the people of his generation had not given O'Connell the credit that was his due, and not understood the wonders he had performed. Against the background of the penal laws and an ascendancy who regarded themselves as heron folk, O'Connell had, Dev said, to convince Catholics that they were as good as anyone who looked down upon them. Proclaiming O'Connell a great democratic leader, President De Valera acknowledged that he had set a headline for all organizations set up since that time, including his own Sinn Féin. Now, I should add that Dev's generous words did not go without dissent. The old veteran Republican Jerry Boland said he was disappointed with the speech and wrote letters to the paper criticizing De Valera. But the tide had turned. In an article written in 1975, Morris felt able to assert of his ancestor, and I quote his words, "Most historians consider him the greatest political leader of modern Ireland. This respect rests on a sounder and wider base than the adulation paid him by the generation following his death. Popular acceptance of this academic appraisal lags behind, but is growing in strength. Romantic nationalism, the confidence in the efficacy of violence, the attribution of great wisdom to 1916, and the belief that the Sinn Féin revolution of 1919 to 21 was an overwhelming success, have been in retreat for some time. The Northern Ireland crisis is the catalyst that is turning that retreat into a rout." The unquote, very powerful passage that. Morris saw John Hume as the heir to O'Connell, dealing with a situation where the old Irish, who of course had become identified post-Reformation as the Catholic Irish, were a subject caste. The violence of the early 20th century had left the Ulster Catholics excluded from governance and public office in Northern Ireland. It was not dissimilar to the situation throughout the whole island of Ireland that O'Connell encountered when he entered public life. Like O'Connell, Hume repudiated violence and sought primarily the removal of discrimination and effective equality. more than separation, rather than necessary separation from Britain. Morris himself never believed that Northern Ireland should be coerced into a united Ireland against its will. What was important was not any particular political structures within these islands, but that the old Irish or Catholic Irish should no longer be an inferior caste, but should enjoy parity of esteem. I myself always harboured reservations about the physical force tradition of Irish nationalism, so venerated during my young life. I've championed the memory of John Redmond, who of course was unfairly, as I would see it, denigrated by the same people as belittled O'Connell. I was inspired by Oliver MacDonagh's biography depicting O'Connell as a child of his background in these romantic parts, born into the upper class of a subject people, a link between the old Gaelic Ireland of the clans and our own modern democracy. I was also inspired by lectures in University College Dublin, not Trinity, University College Dublin, and a great Trinity name, but in University College Dublin, by Father Aubrey Gwynn, the great medieval historian. And he lectured to us on the liberal Catholics in France, such as Montalembert, who looked upon O'Connell as the champion of their cause. I did not get a chance to honour O'Connell's memory myself until some 20 years ago. The Times of London, for whom I'd been writing obituaries since the 1970s, invited me to edit for publication a selection of their obituaries on Irish subjects. An outstanding one was that of O'Connell, with whom that paper had an adversarial relationship throughout the 1830s and 1840s, having, let it be said, supported O'Connell on emancipation. But as he espoused the repeal of the Union and brought what they termed the Romish clergy into politics, the Times denounced him as an unredeemed and unredeemable scoundrel. At one point, a journalist they sent to Kerry reported that O'Connell's tenants were living in poverty and the windows of their houses were broken. The critical tone of the obituary reflected this poor relationship, but the positive assessment of O'Connell in it are more significant than those contained in any eulogy could have been. And it began, if there is one thing less worthy of credence, they said, than another, it is an Irish pedigree. And it remarked this as a preliminary to a down-putting assertion that nothing can be more absurd than to claim for O'Connell an illustrious descent. His father was described as a most undignified person who held a sort of miscellaneous store, which ministered, they said, to the limited wants of Cahosaveen and its rude neighbourhood. So here we are. Having recited the details of O'Connell's education in Ireland and France and his call to the bar at Lincoln's Inn, the obituary paid tribute to his ability as a barrister, and I quote, it's worth quoting, his astonishing skill in cross-examination, the caution, dexterity, and judgment which he displayed in conducting a case, the clearness and precision with which he disentangled the most intricate mass of evidence, procured for him the entire confidence of all those who had legal patronage to dispense, unquote. That's a great compliment, really. And moving on to his performance in the House of Commons from 1830 onwards, it noted, I quote again this passage, His position as mouthpiece of the priesthood and populace of Ireland usually made it necessary that the tone of his speeches should harmonize with the feelings of a rude and passionate multitude. But on subjects distinct from party squabbles of his countrymen, scarcely anyone addressed the House more effectively than Mr. O'Connell. And it is generally acknowledged that in his speeches on the great issues of parliamentary reform, he was surpassed by very few members of either House. Although it cannot be denied that the faults of his character were numerous, yet he enjoyed some popularity even in this country, for many elements of greatness entered into the constitution of his mind. And they went on, had he not belonged to a proscribed race, been born into a semi-barbarous state of society, but blinded by the fallacies of education, of an educational system which was based on popish theology. Had not his intellect been subsequently narrowed by the influence of legal practice, and the original coarseness of his feelings been aggravated by the habits of a criminal lawyer and a mob orator, he might have attained enviable eminence. He might have attained enviable eminence, legitimate power, and enduring fame. But he lived and moved and had his being among wild enthusiasts and factious priests. Who can then marvel that his great faculties were perverted to sordid uses? Apparently indifferent to noble objects of ambition, he devoted his Herculean energies to the acquisition of tribute from his starving countrymen, and bestowed upon his descendants the remnants of a mendicant revenue, when he might have bequeathed them an honourable name. Well, I call that stage English. And it's stage English, betraying in a way the mindset of the kind that prevented the union of these islands being the success it could have been. The Professor Maurice O'Connell himself, Maurice, certainly saw himself as being bequeathed a most honourable name by the ancestor to whom he bore an uncanny resemblance. I'm sorry I didn't bring a photograph there. I hadn't one to show to you. He always exercised to clear O'Connell of charges that he was an unfaithful husband. He was very proud of the stances O'Connell had taken on the great issues of equality, on slavery, and on the more liberal Catholicism. He may have been less happy, I think, about O'Connell's opposition to the Queen's Colleges, the non-denominational Queen's Colleges, and I think the verbal abuse O'Connell dealt out to his opponents. Maurice was a mild-mannered man, and verbal abuse, hate language wouldn't have been his thing. 9 of Maurice's articles written in journals in the 70s and 80s were gathered in a volume which I have here, published in 1990. Conor Cruise O'Brien has said that they had given him a clearer picture of O'Connell as a man and politician than any of the biographies. I don't think Maurice liked the glorification of 1798, which came later, the 1798 rebellion, and he always rejected charges which were made by Republicans that O'Connell had betrayed the non-sectarian nature of Irish republicanism in 1798 and had turned Irish nationalism into Catholic nationalism. He was strong in rejecting that. I don't know if he was aware of the obituary in the Times because he had died before the collection of the book of those that I edited had come out. He had been predeceased in 1998 by his beloved Betty, on whom he depended so much. She was gave a practicality of to his life he lacked. I recall her as warm and good fun. She had a sharp wit. She was down to earth, skeptical of high-flown notions. One of her practical ideas, I might mention, was that short-stay house guests should bring their own sheets, as it was a waste having to wash sheets that had been used for only one night. The last time I met Morris, he was in the Sue Ryder home in Dorky, and his memory was impaired. And when he died, I was glad that I was able to write about him for the Sunday Independent, and also to persuade the Times that he was of sufficient stature to merit an obituary there, which I wrote. He was a delightful person to know, and a worthy descendant of the man celebrated as the counsellor before 1829 and the liberator thereafter, whom this wonderful summer school has commemorated so fittingly, and I hope will be commemorating next year again on the 250th anniversary of his birth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles, for that wonderful talk. Morris, have we time for questions? Okay. Wonderful. My apologies to Charles for associating with the incorrect university. My apologies. Also, thank you for that very eloquent and wonderful talk. And what a way to finish what has been a wonderful summer school. And just to hear those words of reminiscence about your friend, Professor Morris O'Connell, who I remember as being a founder of the original Daniel O'Connell summer school with Tom Barrington, and also to be reminded of De Valera's words on O'Connell as well. So congratulations, Charles, on that talk. I'll hand you over to Morris now.
My job is just simply to close the proceedings and to do it as quickly as I can. I'd like to again just reiterate what Mary said earlier on, just to thank everybody who participated in the school. It was, again, as Mary said, it is a fitting way in which to end the school by referring to Morris O'Connell, Professor Morris O'Connell, whom I must say I knew very well when I was growing up. I remember one time there was an article published in the Irish Times, Irishman's Diary, which castigated O'Connell, the landlord, and in reflecting a lot of the kind of guff that came from the Times when they sent over Campbell Foster to report on how he treated his tenants here in Derrynane, with the self-declared image of, with the self-declared mission to try and take him down a peg or two, and to try and paint him in the worst possible way, which they were not slow in admitting. But anyway, he contacted me. I was about 17 or 18 at the time, I'd say, and he wanted me to write an article for the Irish Times refuting this, you see. Now, first of all, I had no experience doing these kinds of things, and secondly, I knew that O'Connell played to mixed audiences in South Kerry, and while that's the kind of an article I'd do when I was 81, it was not an article I would do when I was 18, and so I didn't, in fact, do it. But as Charles said, Professor Morris was always very preoccupied with the way in which O'Connell was presented and the image we have of him. And it's a complicated image, and I think it's something that we should address in a future school. Campbell Foster was a man who, a very eminent journalist actually, who was sent here in 1845, I think it was, to assess O'Connell, the landlord, with a view really to blackening his reputation. As I said, they were quite open about it. And very often a lot of that stuff is reproduced, even still, by people who want to take O'Connell down a peg or two. What doesn't get reported is that while Campbell Foster was here and published his articles in the Telegraph, the Freeman's Journal and the Cork Southern Reporter, I think, which was one of the largest newspapers in Munster at the time, published, they sent their own commissioners, they sent their own journalists here to look at, and whatever so there was a kind of a paper war going on between the three or four papers, out of which O'Connell emerged quite favourably. But I don't know why it is people focus on Campbell Foster, but they forget the fact that there are 2 or 3 other newspapers that were doing the same thing and reported more favourably. But I'm not going to blame the media, even the media of the 1840s, for this, but just simply to point out that it's a complicated image, and I don't think we have really given ourselves the time or the trouble to assess it. His attitude to violence, I think it's a very complicated thing. I think it's not just because of what happened to him in Paris during the French Revolution, but it was really, I think what impressed him more was not so much the violence, but the fact that how a society or a country fell apart and how it can lead to absolute chaos, which is a slightly different way of looking at things, and that you could have absolute chaos and absolute confusion around the place if the hierarchy that has been running a country for several generations suddenly collapses. I'm not denying that violence, of course, isn't part of that, but it's much more complicated than saying that he just didn't believe in violence. And of course, O'Connell, I think, for me anyway, said I starting another lecture, but for me, I think the important thing about O'Connell is his belief in parliamentary institutions. Parliamentary institutions don't always work, and this disillusioned him, I think, a lot. If you're going to argue, and I remember saying this in a previous life to a few British diplomats that I used to meet in my travels when I was attending various lectures and things like that. I couldn't understand why it was they couldn't give more support, for example, to the SDLP in Northern Ireland. I remember one diplomat telling me one time, we can't do that, old boy. After all, they're nationalists, And I said, but they're nationalists who are trying to convince their followers to believe in a constitutional process or a conventional political process. And you see, they just couldn't get that, that for them, they were nationalists, whether they were supporters of Sinn Féin or the SDLP, and they had this sort of hang-up about it. And if you look at O'Connell, the same thing happens when the Reform Bill was being passed, for example. The parliamentary institutions never gave due credit to Ireland, really, to the reforms that could convince people that there was actually a better way than violence. It's not enough to denounce violence. You have to convince people to follow a constitutional process. And the British were never good at that in O'Connell's time. But it's a complicated mission anyway. And anyway, before I get sailing off again. At which point the hat drops, And here I go again. Mary said, 2 minutes to remember numbers. We have to go to a funeral at 4 o'clock, which we do actually in Waterville, so we won't take any questions, as I said, because we have to go to Mary Horgan's burial at 4 o'clock. So thank you again very much for coming here. And we'll be celebrating our 250th anniversary next year, 150th of O'Connell's birth. So there are all kinds of ideas that are floating already about this. So we hope we will see you. And when we write to you and ask you to come, tell your friends. I think the big difference actually between the audience who were here this year, and we had a pile of people registered, there was a lot of kind of people who were telling their friends and putting things on social media, and that's why we got the speakers, of course, were great, needless to mention, said I before I dig myself into a hole. But the important thing is that just tell your friends about it and bring your friends. Marion was talking about getting a bus next year coming down from Dublin. I'm going to hold it, and Beatrice, so we might hold them to that. So everybody is welcome to come, and the more of you who come and visit with us, the more we enjoy it, because we know you will enjoy it. You will enjoy it, and that's the important thing about it. So thank you very much, and safe journey to those of you going home, and thank you again for coming.